Chapter 810. Han Fei held his head high and took a deep breath. This was the first time that he had fought a sea demon head-on. Perhaps in other people's eyes, this was a suicidal action. However, for Han Fei, it was particularly easy this time. He had been hiding it, and secretly poisoning it. All the grievances he had been holding back all this time would finally be released this time. Looking at the 100-meter-tall waterman, Han Fei suddenly grinned. Overlord's technique. With his strength increased by 8 times when Han Fei saw the waterman carrying a huge harpoon and smashing down, he was greeted by a brilliant golden light, as brilliant as the sun. At this moment, he seemed to have let go of everything in the past. In his mind, pictures of invincibility automatically emerged. Boom! With one punch, he achieved lesser mastery of the art of invincibility. The 100-meter-tall, terrifying waterman exploded under Han Fei's punch. Han Fei murmured in a low voice that only he could hear, "This is the feeling of power!" On this day, a 100-meter-tall wave was raised at the bottom of the sea. Han Fei did what only hidden fissures could do before. On this day, the roar echoed for hundreds of kilometers. Han Fei did what only hidden fissures could do before. On this day, Han Fei walked out of the seawater, covered in blood, holding a middle-level sea demon that had been beaten beyond recognition. He roared at the sky. Half a month later, on the Scattered Stars Island, on the skeleton shore, the 8th Battalion was having a barbecue. Gu Daliang was holding a wine jar and drinking crazily. With a prawn in his mouth, he bragged to the newcomer next to him, "That's how my captain ate." However, where did he get so many strange, spiritual fruits? There's something called chili. TSK. It's the most delicious thing in the world. The newcomer said solemnly, "Captain, is he the legendary captain of the 8th Battalion, Han Fei? The one who wounded the Dark Hunters and forced him to go to sea?" Gu Daliang said innocently, "Who else do you think he is? What a shame. If he were here, the equipment of the 8th Battalion would be the best among all the battalions." "Daliang, Sister Lingyun has been appointed captain. It's official." Wu Xiaoxiao hopped over happily and grabbed Gu Daliang. "Come, let's go celebrate and call Lang Hui back from the garrison. I heard that he caught an exotic creature 2 days ago. Let's trick him and eat it." Gu Daliang was stunned. "That's not good. How can you eat exotic creatures just because you want to?" Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed and said coquettishly, "It's not like I haven't eaten it before." He was now the deputy commander, so what was wrong with eating an exotic creature? Besides, when Captain was here, what haven't we eaten? "Wu Xiaoxiao, you're already a captain, so why are you still acting like a little girl?" A stern reprimand sounded. Suddenly, everyone stopped laughing. Many people stood ramrod straight and spoke at the same time. "Captain, Captain, come and have some." "Congratulations, Captain. You've won 4 stars." "Congratulations, Sister Lingyun." Wu Xiaoxiao immediately puffed up her cheeks. She held Yu Lingyun's arm and said, "Sister Lingyun, Lang Hui is really something. He left for our team anyway, but he didn't come back for a visit. He didn't even invite us to eat the exotic creature that he got." Yu Lingyun snorted and complained, "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. You've been spoiled by Captain." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from dozens of meters away. From the shadows of emptiness, an expressionless, skinny man slowly walked out. The man threw a purple lobster indifferently and said in a low voice, "Here it is." Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately glittered. "Lang Hui, you still remember to come back? You didn't even come back after you were transferred to be the deputy commander?" Lang Hui said casually, "The garrison isn't that relaxed. The sea demons have been stirring trouble again." Yu Lingyun frowned and asked, "Why again? It's only been 3 months since the Great War. Is there going to be another war?" Lang Hui shook his head. "It's not a great war, but a small-scale one. The sea demons are pressuring the Scattered Stars island. Wu Xiaoxiao asked in surprise, pressuring? What's wrong with that? Lang Hui said casually, I'm told that a mysterious expert appeared on the outer sea recently and killed countless sea demons. 15 half-mermaids in the sea demon realm have been killed by him. Countless regular half-mermaids and inferior man-fish have been killed by him. Yu Lingyun frowned, and the scar on the corner of her eye slightly curled. Isn't it common for human beings to fight sea demons? Why are they pressuring us? Lang Hui said in a low voice, I'm told that the man hunts one expert in the sea demon realm every day. It's been 15 days since then, and he's killed 15 people. The sea demons suspect that an unknown expert has been sent out by human beings. After all, experts in the sea demon realm aren't small fries. They need to train for a long time too. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Wu Xiaoxiao was shocked. What? Kill one a day? That's an expert equal to a hidden fisher. Gu Daliang was so shocked that he dropped the lobster in his mouth. He finally remarked after a long time, what a tough guy. Yu Lingyun smiled bitterly. Such an expert. Alas, why doesn't he listen to the Scattered Stars island? I hope he doesn't start a war with sea demons again. In the last war, the 8th Battalion. Alas! A moment later, the 4 of them hid in the back mountain and were cooking an exotic lobster. Wu Xiaoxiao sighed. I wonder how the captain is doing. Yu Lingyun thought for a moment. She couldn't help but smile when she remembered Han Fei's laziness. Then she heaved a sigh. It's been almost a year. Last time, I met his former teammates in the logistics division. He didn't look too good when I asked him about it. Gu Daliang heaved a long sigh and said, I can't imagine it. How hard must it be for a lazy man like the captain to go to sea? What they didn't say was how a man who was only an intermediate hanging fisher was still alive after such a long time. Do you really want me to die? Suddenly, a leisurely voice suddenly echoed behind Yu Lingyun and the others. Yu Lingyun, Wu Xiaoxiao, Gu Daliang, Lang Hui. How have you been? It was like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the minds of the few of them. Yu Lingyun and the others all stood up with shock in their eyes. Wu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth. Gu Daliang's eyes widened. LL Captain? Yu Lingyun's mouth was wide open. Why you're back? Han Fei put on a shallow smile. I didn't want to come here. There's something I need your help with. I happen to be most familiar with this place. Wu Xiaoxiao was instantly shocked. Captain, you're not dead? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Who are you talking to if I'm dead? Lang Hui stared at Han Fei's waist in a daze. Captain, your waist tag is gone. It was not until then that everybody noticed that Han Fei had lost his waist tag, and without the star token, he would definitely be discovered if he went to the city. Han Fei said casually, It's broken. Gu Daliang said innocently, Captain, you have to find a good opportunity to show up. If you show up rashly, the Scattered Stars prison will definitely come to catch you. Han Fei chuckled. Daliang, you're still too naive. They'll still come to catch me no matter how many times I try. I'm here to ask you for a favor. Yu Lingyun slightly narrowed her eyes. What favor? Han Fei put on a cruel smile. Go to the logistics division and inform Lu Renquang that I'm back. Yu Lingyun thought for a moment. Han Fei's favor was simple. He would understand the key after thinking for a moment. Without his waist tag, Han Fei would be questioned if he showed up rashly. Han Fei didn't know where Zhang Xuanyu was. Not everybody could enter the command center where Luo Xiaobai was. Only the logistics division usually had too many people going there. No matter who went there, they wouldn't raise any suspicion. Han Fei's return would never have anything to do with them. Yu Lingyun nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll do it now. Han Fei raised his hand and stopped Yu Lingyun. There's no rush. Let's go after this meal. I've been on the sea for so long that I've almost forgotten everything. A moment later, Wu Xiaoxiao sat next to Han Fei and watched him throw more seasonings into the pot. At this moment, she was gorging herself and couldn't help but ask questions non-stop. Captain, did you find the girl? Captain, have you been on the sea for such a long time? Captain, if you were on the sea all the time, how could nobody know you? Captain, is the outer sea dangerous? Captain, Han Fei had a headache. He glared at Wu Xiaoxiao and said, If you keep asking questions, I'll throw you into the sea. Wu Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue. Her captain was still as fierce when he was angry. Leng Hui had been frowning the whole time and didn't say anything. At this moment he asked, Captain, why do you have such intense, demonic qi? Yu Lingyun noticed it too, but she chose to trust Han Fei and never asked. Han Fei's lips curled. Are you suspecting that I'm a sea demon spy? Han Fei waved his hand and threw out the remains of a half-mermaid. Immediately, an intense demonic qi spread out. In the next moment, Han Fei waved his hand and retracted it. Han Fei said, Don't worry, I have 15 more like this. Hiss! They were all shocked, especially Leng Hui, whose voice was shivering. 15? You're the mysterious expert who hunts the half-mermaids in the sea demon realm? Clang! The lobster head that Gu Daliang was holding fell to the ground. Wu Xiaoxiao and Yu Lingyun looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei scratched his head. Well, how did you know that? Gudu! While everybody swallowed, Han Fei rose. I don't owe you anything. I finished half of the lobster on my own. Here's an opportunity for you. Bam! 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 For behemoths, ranging from 20 to 30 meters, fell to the ground. Gu Daliang's eyes widened. Weird. Weird. They're all weird. Wu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. What a huge creature. I've never seen one before. However, when they raised their heads, Han Fei had already disappeared into the dark forest. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 8:11. Han Fei's waist tag had been completely shattered when he was killed by Chen Huangdian. On the Scattered Stars Island, without a waist tag, you would be investigated no matter what you looked like. Han Fei was able to sneak to the skeleton shore because he was very familiar with this area. Even so, they were almost discovered by hidden fishers several times in the periphery of the sea. He finally snuck to the skeleton shore after taking a detour and hiding. 3 days passed. In the Dark Hunter Legion, it was still the same deep blue forest. Not a single person could be seen in it. Occasionally, the sound of chewing could be heard, which was the sound of someone eating. For a hunter, the most important thing was to hide themselves. If they wanted to talk, they had to talk telepathically. Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying had become captains of their respective squads. After almost a year, both of them had become peak-level hanging fishers. After so many hunting missions, they were half a step into the realm of hidden fishers. At this moment, on a big tree, Gong Wenhai unhurriedly stuffed dried fish into his mouth. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Yang Ying, who was on a branch next to him. We've sent out 11 teams, but we still haven't found anything about that mysterious expert. I don't want to waste all my time looking for him. I don't think we can find a hidden fisher even if we look for him. Yang Ying said casually, We'll go as soon as we receive the mission. This time, the deputy captain has gone in person. There shouldn't be anything else for us to do. Gong Wenhai secretly chuckled. Yang Ying, I find that you talk too much. Before, you only said a few words at most. Yang Ying put on a casual smile. Isn't that good? Gong Wenhai shook his head. No, it's good. It's just that you've been working even harder on your training after that incident. You need to relax yourself and go shopping on your vacation. Girls like to go shopping on their days off. Why don't I go with you tomorrow? Yang Ying looked at Gong Wenhai coldly. You want to chase me? Gong Wenhai was a little embarrassed. He laughed silently. Aren't you and I the only ones left from our team? We should get closer to each other. Yang Ying sneered. You've forgotten Xia Shaochan. Gong Wenhai smirked. What are you talking about? I did have a good impression of Xia Shaochan, but didn't she betray the clan? Even if they didn't betray the clan, how long had it been? No hanging fisher could survive so long outside the Scattered Stars Island. 99% of them had died. Also, I realized that I don't like people with a tsundere character. Yang Ying glanced at Gong Wenhai and jumped from one tree to another in a flash. She had secretly heard Gong Wenhai say these words to a few girls. Does he really think that I, Yang Ying, am a fool? Yang Ying's lips curled into a cold sneer. Logically speaking, his revenge on Xia Shaochan and Han Fei had been successful. However, she also witnessed the love between Han Fei and Xia Shaochan. This was what she disliked the most, extremely disliked. Yang Ying wondered, how could a guy like him have such a good relationship? They don't deserve it. Gong Wenhai approached again and said telepathically, Yang Ying, why are you leaving? Let me tell you, Guan Qingyan and Mu Jia have worked out a way to make semi-divine weapons together. Haven't you always wanted a semi-divine dagger? Thanks to my connections, I've asked someone to give me a chance. If you want, I'll take you to see it tomorrow. It's a semi-divine weapon. Yang Ying asked in surprise. A semi-divine weapon? Gong Wenhai said proudly, of course. You have no idea how many people are waiting in line for a chance. I walked out of the back door. Well, with everything coming to this point, it's time for me to tell you my real identity. Stunned for a moment, Yang Ying looked at Gong Wenhai in shock. What other identities do you have? Gong Wenhai said unhurriedly. Actually, who is it? Before Gong Wenhai could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a reprimanding voice from not far away. Suddenly, a hunter charged out of the shadows towards an empty space. However, a golden fist mark flashed in the air, and the hunter was flung away. Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying flashed out at the same time. As captains, they were definitely not weak at this moment. It was not a trivial matter that someone had snuck into the Dark Hunter Legion. However, the moment they charged at the shadow, both Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying felt that their hair was standing on end, as if they had been stared at by a terrifying creature. Immediately, they retreated quickly. Gong Wenhai roared, "Someone's intruding!" Shwa! 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 More people were coming from all directions. From the shadow, a figure dashed out at a terrifying speed. The moment the figure dashed out, at least 20 hunters took action, one after another. Many of the daggers that appeared and disappeared mysteriously landed on the figure's body. However, to their astonishment, the newcomer actually completely disregarded their attacks and allowed the daggers to descend onto his body, causing a wave of clanging sounds to resound out. All of a sudden, dozens of streaks of golden light appeared before Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying. No matter how fast they reacted, they couldn't resist the attacks that arrived in an instant. Pooh! Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying were punched multiple times in a row. They were flung away and rolled dozens of meters on the ground. Kacha! Gong Wenhai vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood in a row. His arms were broken. He was appalled at that moment. Gong Wenhai exclaimed in shock, "A hidden fissure! A hidden fissure has invaded." Yang Ying vomited multiple mouthfuls of blood too. The moment she was blasted away, she held a flash stone in her hand. However, before she crushed the flash stone, she found that her hands were gone. Ah! A miserable cry resounded through the forest. What did it mean for a hunter to have a broken hand? Although there were powerhouses who could use secret arts to hasten their growth, it was not an easy task. When Yang Ying forced herself to calm down from the screams, she saw a figure appear in front of her. When Yang Ying looked up, she was in disbelief, followed by fear and shock. But then, Yang Ying's gaze turned vicious and ruthless. "It's you? You're not dead?" Han Fei looked down at Yang Ying and sneered. "You never thought that I would come back, did you? Did you think that I must have died outside? Do you think that no one knows what you've done?" Seeing that Yang Ying's body slightly trembled, Han Fei moved as fast as lightning and grabbed her neck. Bam! After Han Fei punched her, Yang Ying vomited a mouthful of blood. Her abdomen had been destroyed by the terrifying power, and her internal organs were all damaged. Captain! Bold thief! How dare you commit murder in the Dark Hunter Legion? Are you tired of living? Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Murderer, let go of our captain. On the other side, Gong Wenhai staggered to his feet in fright. It's you? How can it be you? How are you still alive? Han Fei tilted his head and glanced at Gong Wenhai indifferently. Sorry, but you may not be able to give me your semi-divine daggers. Gong Wenhai was shocked. Did he hear that? In the next moment, Gong Wenhai roared. Han Fei, last time you broke into the Dark Hunter Legion and went to sea. This time, you tried to kill me the moment you came back. This is an unpardonable crime. Have you thought about the consequences? Han Fei? More and more people gathered around him. They were all dumbfounded when they saw Han Fei. He's crazy. He's AF * King Lunatic. On the Scattered Stars Island, at least on this island, no one had ever killed a fellow clansman. But Han Fei was so crazy that he came even though he knew the consequences would be severe. He wasted Yang Ying's cultivation as soon as he attacked. Not just that, Han Fei was quite unstoppable the last time he came. But that time, the door-carrying marshal showed up, and the Dark Hunter Legion was invincible. This time he had relied on his own strength to sneak into the forest, and no one had discovered him. Almost at the same time, many people began to call and talk to each other telepathically. At the same time, Zhang Tang of the Scattered Stars prison was reading all kinds of documents. Since he learned that sea demons were indeed capable of pretending to be human beings, he had been busy. There were too many things to check. There were thousands of people on the secret investigation list, involving various departments. Up to now, he had only checked 70% or 80% of them, and some were still under observation. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in a panic. My lord! Seeing his subordinate so panicked, Zhang Tang subconsciously knew that something was going to happen. However, he was not in a hurry. As long as it was on the Scattered Stars Island, it wouldn't be a big deal. Zhang Tang said casually, Don't be so panicked. If there's anything, you could have just told me telepathically. The man said, My lord, Han Fei is back. Huh. Zhang Ting suddenly stood up and asked with a serious face, Where is he? Yes, in the Dark Hunter Legion. Zhang Tang felt that his blood was freezing. It's the Dark Hunter Legion again. If you're back, just come to the Scattered Stars prison obediently. Do you think I can kill you? Why do you keep going to the Dark Hunter Legion? Zhang Ting shouted. If there's anything, wait for me to come back. I'll go there in person. Pei Yi, who had just finished a mission and was about to go out to sea to patrol in person, was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she was not far away from the Scattered Stars Island, considering several places and deciding which direction she should go. Suddenly, she sent someone's message. Deputy Commander, come back quickly. Han Fei has broken into the Dark Hunter Legion. Pei Yi was stunned for a moment, and then her face changed greatly. She shouted, Go back to the Dark Hunter Legion. 3rd chapter, asking for votes. Today's 3rd chapter, writing at 7 o'clock tonight. You know the place. End of this chapter. Chapter 812. Thank you, leader of the Silent Alliance. In the Dark Hunter Legion, Han Fei was surrounded by hundreds of hunters. Among them, there were even a few 6-star experts. Some of them were already hidden fishers. Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying's former captain, Shui Ran, were among them. Shui Ran roared angrily, Han Fei, no matter what happened to you, you'd better let go of Yang Ying now. Otherwise, you'll be dead for sure. Dead for sure? Han Fei grinned and chuckled. I've been wandering in the outer sea for so long, but I'm still alive. You're telling me that I'll be dead for sure after I return to the Scattered Stars Island? Shui Ran had a headache. Han Fei had shown great strength. Also, he was holding Yang Ying's neck. Nobody dared to attack him. As long as Han Fei gently squeezed, no matter how fast they were, Yang Ying would definitely die. Shui Ran said again, Han Fei, let's talk nicely. I don't know what you know about Xia Xiaochan, but it has nothing to do with Yang Ying. But this has nothing to do with Yang Ying. Why did you capture her? Han Fei glanced at Shui Ran coldly. Nothing to do with her. Then, Han Fei turned around and looked at Shui Ran. Few people can escape with flash stones on the Scattered Stars Island. Do you think I'd give you a chance if you didn't seize the time? Oh, right. You were the one who stalked me on the skeleton shore more than a year ago, weren't you? Seeing Yang Ying's hateful eyes, Han Fei confirmed it. Han Fei said again, You want to kill me? Yes. You're not a sea demon. Even if you are, you have no reason to attack me and Xia Xiaochan. So you're my enemy? I've forgotten that I've ever had an enemy like you. Seeing that Yang Ying glared at him with bloodshot eyes, Han Fei snorted. You're going to die today, whether you say it or not. I'll give you a chance to tell me. Why did you attack Xia Xiaochan with demonic qi? How did you know that she would be attacked? Who are you exactly? Many people of the Dark Hunter Legion were puzzled by that. However, judging from Han Fei's tone, there seemed to be some unresolvable grudge between him, Xia Xiaochan, and Yang Ying. Shui Ran was stunned too. Was it Yang Ying who attacked Xia Xiaochan? What's wrong with her? Although Xia Xiaochan was occasionally irritable, how could he not know that Xia Xiaochan was sick? If Shui Ran didn't know, how would Yang Ying know? Gong Wenhai roared, Han Fei, don't make irresponsible remarks. It's clearly Xia Xiaochan's problem. Han Fei glared at him, and Gong Wenhai subconsciously stepped back in fright. Then he felt as if he had been greatly insulted. He was scared by Han Fei's gaze. That was so *King embarrassing. However, before Gong Wenhai continued, Han Fei said indifferently, Do you want to die too? From the last time Han Fei forced himself to go to sea, Gong Wenhai had known that Han Fei was a lunatic, a complete lunatic. If he wasn't a lunatic, would he have dared to break into the Dark Hunter Legion? If he wasn't a lunatic, would he dare to venture into the sea outside the Scattered Stars Island alone? If he wasn't a lunatic, would he break into the Dark Hunter Legion and kill people in public the moment he returned? Intimidated by Han Fei, Gong Wenhai blushed. He was angry but dared not say anything. Han Fei sneered. Coward. These two words almost caused Gong Wenhai to fly into a rage again. However, a hand was placed on Gong Wenhai's body. A figure flashed down from the sky. It was Pei Yi, the deputy commander of the Dark Hunter Legion. Pei Yi landed and looked at Han Fei coldly. Let go of me, and I'll spare your life. I'll hand you over to the Scattered Stars prison, and they'll deal with you justly. Ha ha ha! Han Fei burst into laughter and looked at Pei Yi crazily. Spare my life? With just you? I've killed at least 20 Sea Demon Realm powerhouses, if not 30. Spare my life? Do I need your mercy? Hiss! Many of the hunters around Han Fei gasped. Han Fei pointed out the experts in the Sea Demon Realm, which were equivalent to hidden fishers. He had killed so many? He was only a peak-level hanging fisher. How could he have killed so many? Pei Yi was shocked too. For some reason, her intuition told her that she should believe what Han Fei said. However, she still believed that no matter how talented Han Fei was, he couldn't be stronger than her. Ignoring her, Han Fei continued to look at Yang Ying. You have one more chance to talk. I'll send you on your way after you talk. Why did you follow me? Why did you frame Xia Xiaochan? Who are you exactly? Cough. Hee. Yang Ying's body dangled in the air helplessly. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She slowly raised her head. You deserve to die. You deserve to die, and Xia Shaochan deserves to die too. Cough, cough. It's a pity that I only killed Xia Shaochan, but not you. Cough. Shui Ran, Gong Wenhai, and Pei Yi were all surprised. Was it really Yang Ying who did it? Han Fei didn't say anything. Looking at Yang Ying, he loosened his grip a little to make it easier for her to talk. Who? Yang Ying took a deep breath and smiled. Do you know what my little name is? Han Fei frowned. Yang Ying coughed and struggled to say, my nickname is Yang Guo. I killed you and Xia Shaochan for revenge. For a moment, Han Fei felt that the name was familiar, but he couldn't figure it out. Seeing Han Fei's confusion, Yang Ying said with a self-mocking smile, I was born in the Little Gate Village in Triumph Town. I have a lover. His name is Lian Qi. Suddenly, Han Fei remembered that Lian Qi teamed up with other people to hunt him and Xia Shaochan on the way to the steps into the sea from the undersea city in the level 3 fishery. At that time, Xia Shaochan praised Lian Qi and said that he was not bad. Han Fei snorted coldly. That's how it is in the level 3 fishery. Lian Qi ganged up on me, and Xia Shaochan. It's only right that I killed him. Yang Ying struggled crazily and roared. Life and death are commonplace for cultivators. You can kill him, but why did you insult him? You hung him on the mast. You threw his corpse to a bunch of lunatics to fight over. Cultivation, cultivation. Everyone's blood has already turned cold. You are devils and evil. You deserve to die. The more Yang Ying spoke, the more agitated she became. You're all guilty. You're not worthy of love. Even if I was given another chance, 10 times or even 100 times, I would do everything in my power to kill you. If there's a next life, I'd rather be a fish, a crab, or a clam than be born in this sinful world. Everybody in the Dark Hunter Legion fell silent. Han Fei stared at Yang Ying expressionlessly. In the sky, Zhang Teng and the commander of the Dark Hunter Legion, who had just arrived, fell silent too. In the end, Yang Ying said in a low voice, although Xia Shaochan is dead, you're not. You're the culprit. Han Fei was silent for a moment. I'm sorry. This is a belated apology. Also, Xia Shaochan is not dead. Finally, I hope you have a next life. Yang Ying suddenly raised her head. However, after a crack, the brilliance in Yang Ying's eyes gradually faded. Han Fei didn't know what Yang Ying was thinking at the last second. However, he didn't feel very happy after killing Yang Ying in person. Han Fei said casually, it's not just the sins of the human world. The world is full of sins. Birth, aging, sickness and death, gratitude and grudges, cultivating in defiance of the heavens, conquering and slaughtering. The cycle of the heavenly Tao never stopped. I won't stop and nobody will. After that, Han Fei loosened his grip and looked at Zhang Teng in the sky before he said in relief, You're here. Zhang Teng's expression changed. Not knowing what to say, he simply grunted in the end. A hunter attacked Han Fei, but Han Fei punched him away without even looking at him. Even if you want to kill me, you won't be able to. Another boat arrived quietly and Luo Xiaobai, Lu Rinquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and the door-carrying marshal jumped from the sky one after another. The door-carrying marshal didn't say anything to comfort him. He simply patted Han Fei's shoulder and looked at Zhang Teng. Junior brother, it's fine. I'd like to see who dares to take you away today. Wang Dashuai, this is the second time. Do you really think the Dark Hunter Legion can't deal with you? Wang Dashuai set the big gate on the ground. Why don't you try? Zhang Xuanyu immediately came to Han Fei. Fei. After only one word, Zhang Xuanyu didn't know what to say anymore. He knew that neither Han Fei nor Xia Shaochan were dead, so he was relieved a few months ago. They all saw and heard what happened just now. At this moment, he really didn't know what to say. Hee. Suddenly, Han Fei chuckled and said, Senior brother, Xiao Bai, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Rinquang, don't worry about me. It's the Scattered Stars prison. I'm a little tired. I can go in and rest for a few days. Everyone. Zhang Teng was lost for words. What do you think the Scattered Stars prison is? And in where you can come and go as you please? Is the Scattered Stars prison a place for you to rest? Wang Dashui said, Junior brother, what are you talking about? If you want to rest, go to my place. Han Fei gave Wang Dashui a look. No, I just want to go to the Scattered Stars prison to rest. Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. Fei, have you been traumatized by something? Is the Scattered Stars prison a place to rest? Lu Rinquang was about to speak when he was stopped by Luo Xiaobai. She said, if he wants to go, let him go. Then Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. How long will you be gone? Han Fei grinned. It depends. Maybe I'll come out soon, or maybe a little later. Zhang Teng felt that 10,000 iron-head fish were galloping in his heart. Do you really think the Scattered Stars prison is an inn? Fourth update. More updates. Kiss. End of this chapter. Chapter 813. To Aya, I'm so angry, Alliance Master. No matter the reason for Yang Ying's death, it was something that had to be dealt with seriously. At least on the Scattered Stars Island, if there was any problem, the Scattered Stars prison would come forward to punish them. However, Han Fei had come to their door and attacked them forcefully. Even if there was a reason, he couldn't attack them on his own. This was the rule. Besides, the Dark Hunter Legion didn't care what Han Fei's reason was. Xia Shaochan had been cold and tough when she was in the Dark Hunter Legion. She wasn't as likable as Yang Ying. Also, it had been a long time since the incident with Xia Shaochan, and Yang Ying had been in the Dark Hunter Legion for a long time. When Han Fei left, almost everyone glared at him angrily. Someone was annoyed. He comes and goes as he pleases? Someone said angrily, bastard, lunatic with this kind of attitude. He's definitely not a good person. I think Yang Ying's actions are pardonable. He was the one who started the hatred. Someone's eyes were cold. The Thug Academy has never had anything good. Outside the Scattered Stars prison. Naturally, the door-carrying marshal and the others tagged along. Wang Dashui said, no matter what, my junior brother can't be wronged. If I find out what the Scattered Stars prison did, even if I don't pick a fight with you, you know that when the other two come back, you'll suffer. Zhang Teng raised his eyebrows. Wang Dashui, you are provoking and interfering with the law enforcement of the Scattered Stars prison. Wang Dashui snorted. If my junior brother hadn't gone in to rest for 2 days, do you think you could have taken him away? Lu Rinquang followed Han Fei. Fei, do you want me to send you a message or something? Lu Rinquang vaguely knew that there was someone more powerful in the twisted jungle. That was why he asked this question. Han Fei shook his head. When it's time to come out, I will naturally come out. Han Fei suddenly looked at Lu Rinquang and said, help me look for the bones of descendants of the dragon bloodline. I don't want low-grade ones. Then he looked at Zhang Xuanyu up and down. You're at the peak. Are you faster than Lu Rinquang? Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Of course. That fatty doesn't do anything. I fight a lot. After a pause, he looked at Zhang Teng and said, well, I'll go in later. I'll take out my hunting harvest first. The corners of Zhang Teng's mouth were trembling, and he wished he could slap Han Fei to death. Where the hell do you think you are? However, before Zhang Teng spoke, Han Fei waved his hand. Ding ding dang dang. Immediately, a pile of demon-level high-quality harpoons piled up into a hill and landed in the courtyard of the Scattered Stars prison. Zhang Teng curled his lips. These are not worth much. Ding ding dang dang. Han Fei threw out a bunch of ultra-quality ones and glanced at Zhang Teng. The materials can still be used after they're melted. Zhang Teng's eyelids twitched. How many sea demons did Han Fei kill? That pile from before, there were hundreds of them. There are more than 100 ultra-quality harpoons. Ding ding dang dang. In an instant, the brilliant golden light almost blinded the group of people. Hiss! Damn! Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed. Fei Fei, did you just destroy the sea demon's nest? The flesh on Lu Rinquang's face trembled. 1, 2. 1 set, 2 sets, Luo Xiaobai said directly, 12 semi-divine harpoons and 9 sets of battlesuits. Zhang Teng's eyelids also twitched, and he was speechless. Did this guy really destroy the sea demon's nest? When he saw Han Fei waving his hand again, his eyelids twitched again. There are more? Plop, plop. He took a closer look, only to see the remains of 15 half-mermaids lying here. As strong as Zhang Teng was, how could he not see them? Sea Demon Realm Powerhouse. Hiss! Are you the mysterious killer these days? Han Fei thought for a while. He definitely couldn't take out the refining divine platform. Otherwise, it would be exposed that he had been to the 10,000 Demon Valley. Except for those, he had already thrown the other things to Lu Rinquang in the demonic forest channel. Han Fei glanced at Lu Rinquang and said, Okay, there's nothing else. Fatty, do you have anything for me? Lu Rinquang immediately said, By the way, I know you will definitely come back, but I guess you lack resources outside. We are good brothers, so of course I will save some good things for you. Here are level 2 soul crystals and spirit awakening fluid. You can cultivate here and try to become a hidden fisher. Zhang Teng's face darkened. What do you think this place is? You want to cultivate in my scattered stars prison. Han Fei took the swallowing seashell and threw it to Zhang Teng. Take a look. If there are no questions, give it back to me. I still need to cultivate inside. Zhang Teng gnashed his teeth. You have been outside for so long. You still have to investigate. Wang Dashuai shouted. Investigate what? There are so many battle credits here. Are you kidding me? Zhang Teng snorted coldly. We will find out whether they are battle credits or not. If there is no problem, he will be rewarded. But you broke into the Dark Hunter Legion twice, left the island without permission, and killed people in public. Are there any rules? Also, since Xia Shaochan is not dead, where did she go? Han Fei glanced at him casually. You don't have enough authority to know. Zhang Teng sneered. I don't have enough authority? Who has enough authority? Don't tell me you want Marshal Shui to come and ask you personally? Han Fei chuckled. Even if he comes in person, I won't tell you. This is an internal affair of the Thug Academy and has nothing to do with the Scattered Stars Island. Wang Dashuai nodded. Yes, I know my junior sister. She was obviously framed by Yangying. You heard it yourself. As for the rest, do I still need you to ask where my junior sister has gone? Zhang Teng glanced at the people of the Thug Academy. Irrelevant people, leave now. Han Fei will have his own judgment. The Scattered Stars prison is a place that cares about right and wrong, not a place for you boors. Wang Dashuai held the door with one hand. I dare you to say that again. Just when the two sides were at loggerheads, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Wang Dashuai, go back to your Empyrean waterfall. The others, return to your positions. Zhang Teng, temporarily detain Han Fei to the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison. Han Fei's spoils will be counted soon. If he wants to cultivate, let him cultivate in the prison. Hearing this voice, Wang Dashuai froze, and Zhang Teng even bowed to the sky. Yes, Marshal. Luo Xiaobai and the others were also stunned for a long time. Why did Shueishenqi have to show up for this? Han Fei was stunned himself. He had always heard of Shueishenqi, the Supreme Commander, but he had never seen him in person. Now, as soon as Shueishenqi spoke, even his senior brother became a quail. Han Fei knew that he would definitely be arrested for killing people on the island. However, his thoughts were that he had been reckless before, so he might as well be reckless this time. I can't pay for my crimes with military merits, but I still have old Jiang. Besides, Han Fei didn't intend to be stationed on the island this time, so he killed so many people in advance before he came back. His top priority was to improve his strength to the level of a hidden fisher. It was not a solution to go to old Jiang, which would only bring trouble. He might as well settle down in the Scattered Stars prison for a while. Besides, Han Fei vaguely felt that there seemed to be something in the Scattered Stars prison that was attracting him, which was one of the reasons why he wanted to come here. Well, now Shueishenqi had spoken in person. Besides, he directly locked him up on the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison. What did this mean? Zhang Teng had told him before. The people imprisoned in the Scattered Stars prison were stronger and stronger. There seemed to be terrifying experts on the 4th level. Wasn't Shueishenqi afraid that he would be killed by them? In fact, not only Han Fei was surprised. Wang Dashuai's face also darkened. The 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison was not a good place. He had to find his seniors to solve this problem. Although Luo Xiaobai and the others didn't know what the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison meant, they were still surprised. But he was still surprised. Why did he bet on the 4th floor? The most surprised one was Zhang Teng. No one knew better than him what the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison was. On the entire 4th level, there was only one person, a place that only he and Shueishenqi could go to. He didn't know what Shueishenqi was going to do there, but he knew that he was going to deliver food. He had to deliver a swallowing seashell full of spiritual fruits, seafood, and other things at once. He couldn't help but take a deep look at Han Fei. What's so special about this kid? Is it because he's a genius? There were so many geniuses in the Scattered Stars first unit. Which one of them wasn't talented outside? Han Fei glanced at Luo Xiaobai and the others. Senior brothers, you go back first. Wang Dashuai nodded seriously. Okay. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei. We'll wait for you to come out. Han Fei glanced at Zhang Teng. Let's go. Han Fei was a little suspicious of Shueishenqi's purpose and felt that something was wrong. At this moment, he was also a little worried. Is it possible that I can't come out this time? No way. Based on his understanding of old Jiang, he must be an unfathomable and powerful person. Can't he get me out of the Scattered Stars prison? In the Scattered Stars prison, Zhang Teng led Han Fei to the staircase at the bottom floor and suddenly stopped. He looked at Han Fei and said, although Dashuai wants to take you to the 4th level, you still have to ask the questions. Where have you been all this time? Where is Xia Shaochan? Does the disappearance of the Sea Demon Mountain have anything to do with you? What happened back then? Han Fei's lips curled. Even Dashuai didn't ask. Why are you asking? Let's go down. Zhang Teng said solemnly, Han Fei, do you know where the 4th level is? If you tell me now, you can even beg Dashuai for mercy with your military merits. Han Fei smiled. That's unnecessary. I can only tell you that I've been exploring a treasure trove outside. I can't tell you anything else. Zhang Teng asked, what treasure trove? Where is it? What did you do? Did you get in touch with sea demons? Han Fei said with a casual smile, 1,000,000 kilometers away. I forgot the location. What else can I do except improve my strength? Of course I got in touch with sea demons. I killed a lot of them. You saw it. Zhang Teng was lost for words. You're a dead fish. What's the difference between telling me and not telling me? Except for killing some sea demons half a month before his return. What about the rest of the time? Thinking of Shueishenqi, Zhang Teng snorted. After you enter the 4th level, you can only wait for Dashuai to release you. Han Fei said unhurriedly, don't worry about it. After climbing 8 steps in a row, Han Fei's pupils slightly constricted when he saw a blue barrier. A barrier? Zhang Teng said casually, that's good. You can't escape from the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison, no matter how strong you are. Just stay there. Han Fei asked in surprise, You're not sending me in? Zhang Teng snorted. There are no cells on the 4th level. You can go in by yourself. I'll update at 5. Please vote, please vote, please vote. I'll break out again at the end of the month. End of this chapter. Chapter 814. Han Fei was speechless when he heard that there were no cells on the fourth floor. So, did Shueishenqi lock him up with an unknown and mysterious expert? Then why the hell would he and Lurin Kuang need a swallowing seashell? What if he was robbed? However, on second thought, if he was really such a peerless expert, there was no reason for him to rob a junior like him. That would be too embarrassing. On the other hand, if Shueishenqi wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have locked him up in the Scattered Stars prison. He could have killed him with any random reason. Why would he send him to the fourth floor of the Scattered Stars prison? Having figured it out, Han Fei wasn't afraid anymore. After all, he wasn't going to die. Han Fei walked into the barrier without hesitation, which puzzled Zhang Ting. Why is this guy so bold? Even I, as the warden, dare not enter this place, but you just walked in with a smile? Since he couldn't figure it out, Zhang Ting didn't bother to think about it. They were all big shots, and he couldn't afford to mess with them. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Thug Academy, but that this was an academy with many legendary stories and couldn't be judged by common sense. As soon as Han Fei entered the barrier, he was shocked. It turned out to be another space. Just like the Scattered Stars first unit, it was built in a secret realm. Han Fei saw a garden where flowers emitting all kinds of strange light were blooming, just like the glowing aquatic plants in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Under his feet was a piece of land, and there were trees and woodlands in the distance. As far as he could see, there was a large natural open-air vegetable field, a winding river, and a hut by the river. In front of the hut, there were several stone platforms, on which some fish skins were scattered. In front of one of the stone platforms, a middle-aged man in gray clothes with neatly combed hair was writing with a pen in his hand. This was completely different from the prison in Han Fei's imagination. The Scattered Stars prison called this a prison? Whose prison could be so well built? The man didn't even raise his head, but continued to write something carefully. Han Fei didn't know what to do for a while. Han Fei thought, that's a strong expert. He couldn't go up and greet him. What are you writing? Can I help you open your eyes? If he really did that, would he be slapped to death? Han Fei paused for a long time, only to see the man raise his eyelids and glance at Han Fei. He said casually, build your own house, cut the wood, and cook the vegetables in the kitchen. Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless. Is she so easygoing? His words were quite gentle, without any arrogance, and without the slightest bit of the pressure of an expert. Han Fei asked, where's the kitchen? That person wrote something else and seemed to be very satisfied with his work. He even nodded his head in admiration. Then he straightened his body and looked at a stone platform by the river. There. Han Fei glanced around. You call that a kitchen? That was a stone platform. Wait, what's that? A seasoning box? Han Fei wanted to ask, brother, when did you transmigrate here? Why is he so awesome? As Han Fei perceived it, he found that what the hell were those seasonings? There were all kinds of dried spirit fruits, some of which had indeed been ground up. Han Fei thought for a moment and asked, where should I build my house? The man didn't even raise his head and continued to write. Whatever you want. This place is so big and empty. Han Fei found that his strength was still there. The spiritual qi here was just barely enough. He wasn't suppressed in all aspects, so he didn't care. Since you want me to build a house, I'll build one. What's there to be afraid of? After a while, the labor nine-tails, dragging a few big trees, ran over quickly. Han Fei casually chopped the wood into many pieces. Duang, duang, clank, clank, clank. Han Fei really built a tree house. Halfway through, he heard the middle-aged man who was writing say, "You're impatient, so you should be more meticulous. After all, a house is for living. How can you just knock a few pieces of wood?" Han Fei thought of something, and the nine-tails stopped. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Then should I build a palace?" The man smiled faintly, bickering. "You should start small. Building a house is like cultivating. The foundation must be solid. Shortcomings in all aspects must be made up for. The cultivation and application of battle techniques must be seamless and reconstructed. Han Fei's eyelids twitched a few times. Fine, you're the boss. You have to keep your word. I'll build it slowly, okay? Han Fei hadn't figured out this man's way of doing things, but he felt it was strange that he even wanted to build a house. Before Han Fei continued, the man suddenly said, "Contractual spiritual beasts don't know how to appreciate and have no aesthetic sense. The wood has been nailed and cracked by it. Do it yourself." Han Fei took a breath. "Okay, I'll do it myself." The 9 tails was despised by the man, so Han Fei immediately took it back. Han Fei thought to himself, "Isn't it just building a house? Let's see how I'll build a little by." Han Fei took a knife and began to chop every piece of wood and every pillar into the same length and size. He took out some materials from Forge the Universe and refined an iron hammer, a pile of nails, a plane, and some carving knives. Han Fei thought to himself, "Since I have nothing to do, I'll build a small house to scare you to death." Han Fei cleared a lawn of about 100 square meters, surrounded a small yard, and circled the land with a sharp wooden fence. There was no wind or waves here, so he didn't need to build a foundation. He just leveled the ground and set up piles on the ground. During the day, Han Fei was building a house, and the man was writing, not interfering with each other. When Han Fei was halfway through building the house, the man said lightly, "Go cook." Han Fei, "You were building a house, but now you want me to cook? Do you think I'm a servant?" Han Fei sneered, "I'll make a hot pot that will scare you to death." When Han Fei walked to the stone platform by the river, he found that there was a sea-swallowing seashell here at some point. The man said, "The materials are inside. Pick them and use them yourself." Han Fei picked up the sea-swallowing seashell, glanced at it, and was stunned. F***CK Flood Dragon? Golden Carp? Primordial Chaos Mussel? Trivariant Golden Ginseng? Han Fei was dumbfounded. This is 2F** King Extravagant, isn't it? Han Fei secretly took a breath and calmly took out the long-tailed golden carp trap. This carp was not big, only half a meter long. It should be good to make sweet and sour carp. However, Han Fei was dumbfounded when he took a look at the thing. Name 8-tailed golden carp dead. Introduction: it's a kind of enlightenment fish that can be found in special abysses at the bottom of the sea. It has a trace of dragon bloodline, is extremely fast, and has the ability to flash. Its 8-tailed feathers can borrow the power of heaven and earth to unleash weird sword sounds that can only be blocked by divine weapons. Level 62 quality, exotic, mutated, spiritual energy, greater than 58,652 points. Effect: when eaten, it can increase comprehension by 3 times in a short time. Collectible: 8-tailed feathers, 1-inch golden scales, absorbable. Goodoo! Han Fei was stunned. Level 62, a mutated exotic creature. It can increase comprehension by 3 times. Dragon bloodline. Is it really a carp? Han Fei took a deep breath, and with a thought, he threw out something that looked like a flood dragon. It was more than 20 meters long, not too big. However, Han Fei wasn't sure. After all, he had never eaten this thing before. There were even 2 horns on his head. Were those things a great supplement? Would it be the same as deer antlers? In the next moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Mystifying Dragon Horns. Introduction: a deep-sea spirit flood dragon with a trace of dragon bloodline. It is extremely powerful and can reach 5 waves of power when it flips its tail. It can create mystifying dragon illusions. Level 63 quality, exotic, mutated, spiritual energy greater than 486,552 points. Effect: if eaten for a long time, it can greatly increase one's vitality, strength, flesh, and bone strength. Collectible: mystifying dragon horns, mystifying dragon tendons, mystifying dragon blood, dragon teeth, dragon scales, dragon vein bones, dragon eyes, absorbable goo. Han Fei swallowed. Are all these King treasures going to be used as food? Han Fei secretly glanced at the middle-aged man who was writing. Who told me that this is a prisoner? He's a King master. Can a prisoner eat this? Prisoner my ass. Han Fei was stunned. He had always felt that he was extravagant enough. Who knew that there was something more extravagant? He didn't dare to look at the rest of the treasures. Wouldn't it be nice to use these creatures as materials? Wouldn't it be nice to use them to seal spirits? Why should he eat them? Seeing that Han Fei was still stunned, the man couldn't help but urge, "Hurry up, it's almost time for dinner." Oh. Han Fei originally wanted to use the materials in Forge the Universe. Now that he thought about it, it seemed a little embarrassing, so he decided not to take them out. However, Han Fei pondered for a long time. He had never eaten a dragon before. How should he make this thing? How troublesome. Han Fei sighed slightly. Forget it. Let's make the sweet and sour carp first. Thinking of this, Han Fei put the 8-tailed golden carp on the stone platform and took out an ultra-quality long knife. After cleaning the carp, he was going to pull out the tendons on both sides and then tilt the knife at a 45-degree angle to cut the fish into slices evenly. As a result, sparks flew as the saber slashed down. Han Fei swallowed again and looked at the ultra-quality spiritual weapon in his hand. Was there a limit on cooking utensils nowadays? Han Fei looked at the middle-aged man. Seeing that the latter didn't respond, he gritted his teeth, put away the ultra-quality long knife, and took out the cosmic sword. Puff! This time he finally managed to cut it. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that when he took out the cosmic sword, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. Han Fei was about to clean it up when he heard the middle-aged man say, "Keep the tail and the scale." Han Fei frowned. Is it the 8-tailed feather and the 1-inch golden scale? He had been paying attention to these two things for a long time and was wondering how to ask for them. However, looking at the middle-aged man's casual look, Han Fei thought to himself, maybe he doesn't care about them at all. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 8:15. No one would believe him if he told others about this. For the first time, Han Fei felt that cooking was quite difficult. The oil in the pot was already boiling. Han Fei wrapped the carp with flour and shook off the excess flour. He placed the carp into the wok of oil and prepared to fry it until its skin was crispy. He wanted to let it cook a little before doing anything else. However, after the fish was fried for a long time, the flour was dried, and the fish skin and meat were still pink and tender. It didn't look like it was cooked at all. It was clearly raw meat. Han Fei scratched his head. That's too much. I'm the best chef of the Thug Academy, but I can't even make a fish now? Are you kidding me? Immediately, Han Fei made up his mind. I won't fry it anymore. Can't I refine it with spiritual energy? This time, Han Fei used the heaven level, high-quality spiritual fire variation. When the spiritual fire popped up, the fish meat immediately began to ripen. With a thought from Han Fei, the boiling fish oil in the pot flew up and enveloped the 8-tailed golden carp, letting the fish oil penetrate into the fish meat and fry it in midair. A moment later, the fragrance of garlic filled the pot. He poured the sweet and sour oil into the pot, stewed it with water, and mixed some strawberry juice into the pot. For a moment, even the middle-aged man, who had been calm the whole time, couldn't help but put down the pen in his hand and watched Han Fei cooking in midair quietly. After finishing the meal, Han Fei took a breath and said, "Well, should I cook this flood dragon for the next meal? It's a bit difficult." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and finally put down the pen in his hand. He waved his hand, and a long table flew to the riverside. The middle-aged man glanced at the sweet and sour carp Han Fei made, sniffed it, and nodded slightly with a smile. "Sit down and eat." Han Fei felt that 10,000 tsunami jellyfish were roaring in his heart. "Since you're so satisfied, It seems that there will be another meal. However, Han Fei had never eaten such a fancy food before, and he couldn't help but be tempted. Before he ate, he glanced at the middle-aged man. This person was quite handsome and had a gentle face. He had the air of a scholar and always had a faint smile on his face. This person picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but his expression didn't change much. As if sensing that Han Fei was staring at him, the man raised his eyes and looked at Han Fei. "Focus on your food." Han Fei grunted and also put a piece of fish into his mouth. Immediately, a rich fragrance blossomed among his taste buds. It was not greasy, and the fish was fragrant and tender like freshly made tofu. High-grade goods naturally couldn't be inferior. However, after a mouthful of fish, Han Fei's head became much clearer. 1 chopstick, 2 chopsticks. After eating about half a caddy of meat, Han Fei seemed to be frozen. He put one hand on the table and held the chopsticks with the other. However, his eyes were fixed. The middle-aged man glanced at Han Fei casually and continued to eat without saying anything. After an unknown period of time, Han Fei seemed to recall a lot of things in the past. He remembered the first time he learned how to use a rod, the first time he was beaten, the first time he fished, the first time he used a knife. Pictures of the past flashed quickly in his head. But every time he recalled it, Han Fei suddenly felt that there were many problems. It turned out that the force of a rod should be exerted in this way. It turned out that a knife should be hacked in this way, so that it could exert the most force and be the sharpest. It turned out that the spirit concentration art should be used in this way. It turned out that arrays could actually be drawn in this way. When Han Fei opened his eyes, he found that there was nothing on the table except for himself, who was sitting there holding the chopsticks. He subconsciously looked back, only to find that the middle-aged man had already been writing there. Han Fei subconsciously asked, "Have you finished eating?" The middle-aged man said without raising his head, "I finished eating yesterday." Han Fei. Han Fei immediately gasped. "Yesterday." The middle-aged man said softly, "It'll be dinner time in another 6 hours. You can go cook after you finish your work." Huh. Han Fei was stunned. "It's dinner time again?" Han Fei asked timidly. "How long is the interval between meals here?" The middle-aged man replied casually, 12 hours. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Damn it, it took me 18 hours to have a meal?" Han Fei immediately gasped. Without hesitation, he ran to his homestead and began to build a house. He was building a single-story, American-style garden house with a traditional triangular roof. The triangular roof structure was supported by pillars, and a fence was added between the pillars so that the pillars would not look out of place 2 hours later. Han Fei opened the window, only to hear the middle-aged man's gentle voice. "It's almost dinner time. It's time to cook." Han Fei. A moment later, Han Fei looked at the horns of the mystifying dragon and found the cause of its death. There was a round hole in its head, which seemed to have been stabbed to death by a finger. Han Fei took a deep breath. "How can I eat this thing? I don't have any experience." Han Fei glanced at the middle-aged man, and the latter said casually, "Cut off the dragon's horns, extract the dragon bones, remove the dragon liver, and remove the dragon scales. If you don't eat the dragon head, chop it off. As for the rest, do as you see fit." Han Fei was intrigued. "Up to me? This thing is full of treasures. If you don't want it, I'll take it all." This time, Han Fei found it difficult to use the cosmic sword. After all, the cosmic sword hadn't recognized him as its master yet. The main reason was that extracting the dragon bones and tendons was quite troublesome. It took Han Fei more than half an hour to roughly clean up this thing. He tried to cut off the mystifying dragon's horns, but after a long time he failed. "Forget it. Anyway, I don't want the dragon head. I'll put it into Forge the Universe first. As for the dragon meat," Han Fei thought for a moment. "Forget it. I don't have any experience. I'll make braised dragon meat, roasted dragon meat, and sliced dragon meat. Well, just 3. That's enough. Forget it. Let's have some fried dragon meat. A moment later, the middle-aged man saw spiritual energy flames soaring into the sky above the river, seasoning in the pot and roasting dragon meat in the sky. Fortunately, no one saw the scene. Otherwise, Han Fei felt that he might have been beaten to death by the crowd. Dragon. Although it was not a real dragon, it had a trace of dragon bloodline. Even Han Fei couldn't bear to make so many fancy dragon dishes. But on second thought, Han Fei was quite happy. He had dragon tendons, and he had materials for the divine manipulation technique. He could even upgrade his fishing rod. The dragon bones were much stronger than the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon that had been dead for many years. They were really good stuff. It was 2 hours past mealtime. The two of them sat at a table by the river. The middle-aged man picked up slices of dragon meat, dipped them in vinegar, and put them into his mouth. Then the middle-aged man picked up a piece of braised dragon meat, a piece of fried dragon meat, and a piece of fried dragon meat. Han Fei held a piece of fried dragon meat in his hand and looked at the middle-aged man. After a long time, the middle-aged man responded casually, "Not bad, but it's a bit too greasy." The middle-aged man was referring to the braised dragon meat. Han Fei was confused. He picked up a piece of braised dragon meat and stuffed it into his mouth, only to feel that energy surged into his body and his blood surged. Forcibly suppressing the throbbing, Han Fei stuffed it into his mouth. Greasy? What delicious dragon meat! Even if you don't eat it, I still want to eat it. Unfortunately, Han Fei's skin was already red, and he breathed as if he were breathing fire after eating only 5 kilograms. He opened his mouth, only to see flames spurting out of it. The middle-aged man glanced at Han Fei in disdain. If you really want to breathe heavily during your meal, turn your head to the side and breathe. Han Fei's eyes were all red. What am I panting for? I'm so hot. Immediately, Han Fei left his seat and ran to the river. With a thought, he poured water from the river over his head. No, I have to cultivate the 108 desolate god body in the river. Plop! Han Fei jumped into the river and made all kinds of weird postures. While picking up a piece of dragon meat, the middle-aged man looked at Han Fei in the water now and then. After Han Fei completed the 108 postures, the middle-aged man slightly narrowed his eyes. When he narrowed his eyes, Han Fei didn't notice that the middle-aged man seemed to be calculating something with his fingers. This time, Han Fei didn't sit for a whole day. Although the dragon meat was very powerful, so was the desolate god body. In just 4 hours, he managed to calm his surging blood and qi. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man said casually, "You can sleep now." Han Fei was speechless. My bed hasn't been made yet, and I'm going to sleep already? Han Fei couldn't help but murmur, "Just sleep. Sleep wherever I sleep." Then he really ran to his unfinished house, looked at the wooden planks on the ground, and suddenly took out a shell more than 6 meters long from his swallowing seashell. He drained the water in the mussel with the water control technique, lay directly in the shell, and began to sleep. Han Fei couldn't remember the last time he had a good sleep. Although cultivators didn't need to sleep, eating and sleeping were the blessings of life. The happiness of ordinary people was not easy for cultivators. Han Fei slept quite soundly until he heard the patter of rain. Han Fei opened his eyes, stunned. This is a treasure trove. There's no sky. Where did the rain come from? Are you kidding me? Han Fei quickly got up and walked out of the house. Sure enough, a light drizzle started to fall. Then he saw the middle-aged man sitting in front of a green stone, holding a teacup in his hand, from which steam was rising. Within 10 meters of the stone platform, there was no rain. On the stone platform, there was a teapot, and there was a teacup on the opposite side. Han Fei was stunned to see this. Was this prepared for him? Sure enough, the middle-aged man didn't even look back, but said casually, "Sit down and have some tea." Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 8:16. Han Fei had been here for 2 days, had 2 meals with this man, and built a house that hadn't been built in 2 days. Now it was raining weirdly here, and he had to drink tea with you? Han Fei was rather puzzled. For some reason, he felt that he had been taught a lesson. Han Fei didn't speak. He walked all the way to the blue stone and sat on the stone bench. As he lowered his head to take a look, he discovered that the teacup was filled with light red tea. The color of the tea gave off a bright luster. Han Fei raised the teacup and took a sip. Then he slightly frowned. This was just an ordinary cup of tea, not something profound like what he had imagined it to be. The man blew at the hot tea and slowly raised his head. On the path of cultivation, mental cultivation is very important. No matter how crazy you are when you cultivate, you need to take some time to slowly understand, recall, and digest the knowledge and power that you once grasped. This time, Han Fei finally couldn't help but ask, "Senior, why did I come to the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison?" The middle-aged man continued blowing at the hot tea and took a sip. "Didn't you ask for it?" Han Fei thought to himself, "I didn't expect to come to the 4th level. I didn't know that the 4th level was like this. I didn't know that there was such a big shot on the 4th level." Han Fei asked again, "Senior, are you teaching me?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "You may think so." "Why?" Han Fei was full of curiosity. Was it even possible for ordinary people to eat the 8-tailed golden carp and the mystifying dragon horn? He subconsciously looked at the kitchen over there, thinking there are quite a few creatures in that sea swallowing seashell. I've never seen any of them. If he kept eating like this, Han Fei felt that he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. If he focused on eating like this, he would become a peak-level hanging fisher in a month at most, and he could become a hidden fisher at any time. Han Fei didn't believe that anyone would help him unconditionally. That didn't make sense at all. He had originally planned to atone for his crimes with meritorious deeds and stay here for a period of time to cultivate and learn. Of course, he also wanted to see if there was a chance to learn the purpose of the prison token and why it appeared in the hexagon starfish's place. Why did he get it? At this moment, Han Fei had a guess, but he was not so sure. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "You can ask again when you are about to leave." Although Han Fei was curious, he still suppressed his restless heart. Since the other party had told him to ask when he was about to leave, at least he could be sure that he could leave. Moreover, he would give an answer when the time came. After drinking the tea, the middle-aged man put down the teacup and said, "Let's build the house today. Come with me tomorrow to draw." Ah! Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "So you're not writing but drawing?" Han Fei nodded and suddenly asked, "Senior, why is it raining here?" The middle-aged man looked up and slowly said, "Stop." Han Fei. In Han Fei's shocked gaze, the rain stopped. He was dumbfounded. "What the F***CK is this? Are you a dragon king? Do you think it's raining and stopping just like that?" The middle-aged man said casually, "It needs rain occasionally to water the earth." Han Fei. "Good-oo." Han Fei swallowed. "Fine, you're the boss. Whatever you say." Han Fei spent a day building his small house, including the bed and some basic furniture in the house. The next day, in his sleep, Han Fei heard the sound of writing. He immediately opened his eyes, got up, and walked out of the door. Sure enough, Han Fei found that the middle-aged man was already standing in front of the blue stone and writing. The middle-aged man's voice was still casual. "Bring a bluestone table over." Hearing this, Han Fei moved a bluestone table over without hesitation. This time, Han Fei finally saw what the middle-aged man was drawing. To Han Fei's surprise, he was really painting. At this moment, he was painting a flood dragon. The flood dragon was vivid and lifelike. Moreover, its eyeballs were lit up, and the might of a dragon rushed out. It was as if a real flood dragon had been sealed on the fish skin by him. The middle-aged man drew a line every time he wrote. Han Fei could even see vague golden light flashing on the line. The moment the brush fell, the moment the line appeared, the line seemed to come to life, as if it was a part of the flood dragon. The middle-aged man drew a line and waved his hand, and a pen, a fish skin, and a lobster appeared on Han Fei's bluestone table. The middle-aged man said casually, "Let's start by copying." Han Fei took a breath and picked up the pen. In the world of cultivators, if one wanted to draw a picture, it could not be described as a sketch at all. In terms of senses, details, mental control, and power control, one could easily draw a vivid lobster. Han Fei looked solemn, and vague spiritual energy popped up on the tip of the pen. After copying the lobster painting, Han Fei realized that he made a mistake after the first stroke. After only one stroke and one line, he sensed that his spiritual energy line was vastly different from the line on the lobster. It didn't have any charm at all. Han Fei was stunned. After a quarter of an hour, the middle-aged man finally said, "Let's finish first." Then, a weird scene took place on the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison. The two of them were drawing before the stone table. If Zhang Ting were here, he would have been too shocked to say anything. Han Fei had copied more than half of the lobster, and he had already drawn the body. Suddenly, Han Fei exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the middle-aged man and then at the lobster before him. A power seemed to be surfacing on the fish skin. Hiss! An array? Han Fei finally realized what was going on. Damn it, this lobster turned out to be an array. Because Han Fei remembered the ocean book and the enormous array that he had never had time to practice. On the ocean book, every line was equivalent to an array. Of course, he didn't know what array each line corresponded to. However, he knew that when the lines were combined, they would be arrays. Lines, arrays, lines, arrays, Han Fei murmured. Lines are arrays too. More lines means more arrays. Using lines to draw a picture is equivalent to creating a complicated chain formation. Hiss! After figuring that out, Han Fei's heart was surging. He seemed to have learned the essence of an awesome array. Calm down. The middle-aged man reminded him casually. Han Fei immediately came back to himself and finished drawing a lobster in the original way. The whole process took 2 hours. After he finished drawing an entire lobster, Han Fei suddenly saw the phantom of a crayfish the size of a palm. It only existed for 1 second before it was obliterated. Han Fei couldn't hold it any longer and asked, "Senior, what's going on?" The middle-aged man still didn't raise his head. He simply said, casually, "It means that your painting is poor. Draw another one." Han Fei was confused, but he was appalled. "I've almost become Ma Liang, the divine brush, and I'm still poor?" Han Fei thought to himself, "I can draw a lobster even though I'm so lousy." What would the person beside him, the Jiao dragon on the painting, look like after he drew it? Could it really be possible to draw a flood dragon? Han Fei didn't ask further. As it happened, his previous painting method was wrong. He might as well draw another one. This time, the ocean book popped up in Han Fei's head. He intended to try with the lines of the ocean book and see what he could draw in the end. When Han Fei moved his brush again, he used a line from the Book of Ocean. As soon as he finished, the middle-aged man next to him suddenly raised his head and glanced at Han Fei. Han Fei immediately stood straight. "Is it wrong?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Go on." Han Fei didn't think much and drew again. This time he drew exactly according to the lines on the ocean book. After only 1 hour, a lobster leaped on the fish skin. When the last stroke was completed, a violent energy appeared out of thin air. A gale seemed to be rising, thunder was falling, a tsunami was surging, swords were humming, and knife auras were flying. Anyway, the lobster didn't come out. The terrifying power swept out abruptly. Kacha! Bam! After only 1 moment, the green stone platform before Han Fei was shattered into powder. Except for the stone platform under the middle-aged man's hand in his house, everything within 1,000 meters was crushed, including the grass and the house that Han Fei built in 3 days. Dumbfounded, Han Fei froze on the spot, holding a pen in his hand like an idiot. At that moment, Han Fei felt like crying. I didn't do anything. I was just drawing a lobster. How did it end up like this? However, Han Fei clearly noticed that it was not that this force couldn't sweep a kilometer away, but that it was contained within a kilometer by an invisible force. The middle-aged man slowly put down the brush in his hand and glanced at Han Fei. Every line represents an array, but arrays can't be used randomly. You've drawn 1,245 lines, and only 47 of them are really effective. Those arrays are of different types and have different effects. Some clash with each other, and some cancel each other out. Only 13 of them are really effective. As he talked, the middle-aged man looked at the grass that had been destroyed by Han Fei and said again, "If you want to use those arrays, you have to know what they are first. What power do they represent?" The third chapter, asking for votes. Just the third chapter. The monthly votes plus the new chapters will be sent out at the end of the month. Well, end of this chapter. Chapter 817. Han Fei was quite embarrassed at this moment. What array? The problem was that he couldn't understand the ocean book either. Although he could use the array lines in the book, he really didn't know which lines corresponded to which arrays. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Can a single line form an array?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Yes, but you have to analyze the structure of the array in this single line." "Huh, isn't that just a line?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "Is it just a little bit of spiritual energy?" "Huh." Han Fei choked. It didn't seem like it. A little bit of spiritual energy could disassemble it. Disassemble it? All of a sudden, Han Fei exclaimed, "Disassemble it?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Your comprehension isn't bad." Han Fei's heart suddenly beat fast. If this was the case, if he could really understand the ocean book, wouldn't it mean that he would soon have thousands of arrays? At the same time, he would be able to learn the mysteries of array combination? Therefore, disassembling them was the key. Only by understanding every single line in formation would he be able to use these lines for his own use. However, the question was, how could he disassemble them? Han Fei looked at the middle-aged man again, as if asking. The middle-aged man said casually, "Fix the ground and the green stone platform first." Han Fei! As a spirit gatherer, it couldn't be easier to restore the grass. After only 100 seconds, the grass grew back again. The green stone platform was even simpler. Han Fei ran to the woodland and moved a few stones casually. Sword light flashed, and the green stone platform was ready in a moment. As for the small house that he had built and lived in for one night, Han Fei scratched his head and could only rebuild it. But this time, Han Fei didn't want to build a small house anymore. He directly built his old house, and it took him 6 hours to do so. If it weren't for the fact that the middle-aged man was quite picky about the details, Han Fei wouldn't even have needed half an hour. After doing all this, Han Fei ran to the green stone platform again. This time, he found that the lobster picture appeared on the stone platform again. He was still asked to copy the lobster. However, this time, Han Fei stood for a long time and didn't start writing. The first method of drawing was completely wrong. It could only outline the shape. The second way of writing was even more wrong. That was to use it blindly. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, what's the right way? He stood there until it was time to eat. Reminded by the middle-aged man, Han Fei immediately went to cook. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Han Fei stood there for 3 days in a row without moving a single stroke. At this moment it was bedtime. The middle-aged man had already returned to his room to sleep. Lying on his bed alone, Han Fei's mind was a mess. Draw a lobster? Why did he draw a lobster? What's so special about lobsters? Lines, dismantling, formations, diagrams. Suddenly, Han Fei sat up abruptly. What's the purpose of drawing lobsters? Han Fei took a breath. Since the middle-aged man asked him to draw lobsters, it must have something to do with arrays. However, He had said that the essence of a formation was the dismantling of lines. Therefore, it was not actually a lobster, but a line. Han Fei was immediately enlightened and was about to get up without hesitation. Suddenly, he heard a leisurely voice. Yangxin, it's time to sleep. You need to sleep. Han Fei's movements stiffened. Forget it. I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. Han Fei didn't feel sleepy at all. He became more and more curious about the middle-aged man's identity. His attainments in arrays must have surpassed old Zhang's, right? When old Zhang taught him, he was always talking about how to draw an array or how to draw an array quickly. But this middle-aged man was teaching him the essence of arrays, which were completely different concepts. Besides, why did this middle-aged man teach him such a secret and unfathomable thing? Han Fei couldn't help but fall asleep in his reverie. Early the next morning, when he heard the sound of a pen, Han Fei jumped out of bed with a swish. When he reached the door, he tried to calm himself down and walked to the bluestone again. Han Fei grabbed the pen and looked at the lobster picture. The pen was suspended in the air, and he kept saying to himself, "This is a line, this is a line. Since it's a line, it's a stroke. I need to finish this picture in one stroke." Han Fei had a lot of experience in this regard. It was the same as how he could create a spirit-gathering array with one step. To verify his conjecture, Han Fei was not in a hurry to draw the lobster. Instead, when he put down the pen, hundreds of points of spiritual energy fell, and a line appeared on the fish skin. In the next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy surged over. The middle-aged man didn't raise his head, but continued his painting. However, on the other side of Han Fei's mouth that he couldn't see, there was a smile. Yes, Han Fei drew a spirit-gathering array with one stroke. Sure enough, my conjecture is correct. This lobster is just a line. Immediately, Han Fei prepared for a moment, and when he put down the pen, the spiritual energy at the tip of the pen scattered. The spiritual qi floated and gathered the lobster's posture into a single line. The line jumped out, and a lobster more than 10 meters long appeared on the open space outside the bluestone. The phantom of the lobster was drawn with 200 points of spiritual energy. Therefore, the whole body of this lobster contained only 200 points of spiritual energy. With a thought from Han Fei, the lobster's pincers came at him. Han Fei pinched it with one hand and smashed it with one blow. Han Fei guessed that this was a lobster about the level of a beginner hanging fisher, level 40. Han Fei made a judgment. Immediately, Han Fei grinned. However, this smile immediately came to an abrupt end. What he could do now was to draw a creature and an array with one stroke. But when the middle-aged man waved his hand again, the lobster picture in front of him changed into a picture with only one line. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Yes, he could draw an array with one stroke, but how could he disassemble a line into a complicated array? Glancing at the middle-aged man next to him, Han Fei sighed in his heart. Immediately, Han Fei tried to copy it with his spiritual energy. But when he copied it, Han Fei found that it was even more difficult than copying the Soul Sea secret technique in the ancient 72-floor demon realm. No, I can't see the array. However, I can vaguely feel that this array seems to be related to water. Suddenly, the middle-aged man said casually, "Look at the one you drew before." Han Fei raised the brush and drew a spirit-gathering array with another stroke. However, spiritual energy immediately surged over. It seemed that this array couldn't be preserved after it was drawn. Han Fei's spiritual energy fell again. This time, as his spiritual energy swept, the spirit-gathering array immediately stopped. Han Fei immediately realized that it turned out that the array he drew could be sealed with spiritual energy. Twice, Han Fei was a little surprised. One stroke was to draw, and the other was to seal. One was tangible, and the other was invisible. Han Fei found that he didn't need to copy it, but he needed to uncover the spiritual energy on the fish skin picture. How to uncover it? Han Fei attacked with spiritual power as a matter of common sense. Bam! All of a sudden, Han Fei's head was drenched as if a basin of water had been poured on it. Han Fei subconsciously looked at the middle-aged man, but the latter ignored him. Han Fei was speechless. What a prank! This is definitely a prank. This is a prank. The spiritual energy seal on the array couldn't be broken by force. What could he do? The middle-aged man said casually, "The method is right, but if you suddenly see such an array in a strange place, it may not be as simple as a basin of water if you try to attack it. Therefore, the spiritual energy seal must be broken slowly. It's impossible for a human being to learn all the arrays at once." Han Fei looked at the fish skin picture again and scanned it with a spiritual energy, only to find that it was just a simple water gathering array. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. If it wasn't a basin of water but a knife or a killing array, wouldn't he have been fooled? The middle-aged man said again, "Therefore, on the path of arrays, you can either learn the existing ones, uncover the unknown ones which are dangerous, or create them." Create? How? The middle-aged man put down the brush in his hand and said leisurely, "It's a thought. If you want to kill someone, enter the array with killing intent. If you want to be invisible, enter the array with stealth. Whatever you want, it's a thought. This is a path that you need to complete on your own." A thought. Han Fei felt that he understood the words, but he didn't quite understand the meaning. Relying on his own thoughts to enter the array, this realm seemed a little high. However, Han Fei immediately thought of the ocean book. It didn't seem urgent. The ocean book was copied by the demon purification pot. Even if there was a spiritual power seal on it before, it was gone now. He could read it one stroke at a time. Thinking about that, Han Fei asked again, "If you want to combine the known arrays, how do you create a powerful array?" The middle-aged man said slowly, "How do you combine the words?" Han Fei froze on the spot. After about half an hour, Han Fei murmured, "So, drawing arrays is like writing. Wonderful. But isn't it a little too simple?" Seeing that nobody was around, Han Fei looked back, only to find that the middle-aged man had gone to drink tea. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "The path is always simple, but it's not easy to do it. You've understood the essence of arrays. It's up to you what you can do in the future." Han Fei took a deep breath. After only a couple of days, the middle-aged man had completely overturned his understanding of arrays. Han Fei suddenly felt that arrays weren't difficult at all. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 8:18. Half a month later. Han Fei didn't rush to study the ocean book, but turned his eyes to the spirit-gathering scripture that old John gave him. The ocean book was obviously much more complicated than the spirit-gathering scripture. If he didn't even learn a systematic textbook like the spirit-gathering scripture well, it would be more difficult for him to learn the more complicated ocean book. Fortunately, in just half a month, Han Fei had been able to draw half of the small arrays in the spirit-gathering scripture in one stroke. As for complex diagrams, they were mostly made up of a mixture of simple diagrams. What he needed to do was to convert the small diagrams into lines and reassemble them. At this moment, Han Fei was drawing a new array. After 9 strokes, the 9 lines formed a circle. Han Fei didn't seal the array with his spiritual power, but grabbed the fish skin and threw it out. In an instant, a 100-meter-long array appeared, with streams of knife energy in it. Han Fei walked into the array without hesitation. In an instant, the overwhelming saber radiance attacked him. Clang, clang, clang. The spiritual energy used to draw the array is less. 2,000 points, almost equal to the power of an advanced hanging fisher. If an ordinary advanced hanging fisher comes in and can't find a way to break the array, it will take at least 5 minutes for him to break the array. After a while, Han Fei drew another array. Then he added a spirit gathering formation on it. This time, after the array was thrown out. When the knife array broke out, spiritual energy gathered from all directions. Han Fei walked in again. The power has not become stronger, but the endurance has become stronger. According to the attack and consumption, it can last about 5 minutes. It's not difficult to kill advanced hanging fishers. Once the soul or contractual spiritual beast is fused with it, it can be broken by force. However, it will be very dangerous for intermediate hanging fishers to come in. Han Fei had a rough judgment. If he used 10,000 points of spiritual energy to draw an array, supplemented by a spirit-gathering array, it shouldn't be a problem to trap and kill a peak-level hanging fisher. Easily breaking his array, Han Fei couldn't help but look back and ask with a smile, "Senior, what do you think?" "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded casually and didn't say anything else. It had been about 20 days since Han Fei came in. Han Fei found that the middle-aged man had been drawing a flood dragon with great difficulty. On that painting, every stroke was just right. There were more than 1,000 strokes on it. Han Fei guessed that he had made thousands of choices. Hiss! Could it be tens of thousands of arrays? Han Fei couldn't help but feel horrified. Right now, he could only fuse about 10 arrays at most. The gap between him and the middle-aged man was huge. Suddenly, the middle-aged man stopped writing. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Senior, it's not tea time yet, is it?" The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "It's done." "Are you done?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior, what array did you draw?" The middle-aged man did not hide anything and said indifferently, "A killing formation." Hiss! Han Fei immediately gasped. A killing array? Tens of thousands of strokes just to draw a killing array? Just how terrifying was this killing array? The middle-aged man rolled up the fish skin, glanced at Han Fei, and said casually, "This is for you." "What, for me?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "It's for you. You can't use it for now." Han Fei was lost for words. "Why did you give it to me if I can't use it?" The middle-aged man said, "It may be useful in the future." Han Fei took the fish skin in shock. "What if I force you to use it?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "You can't force it. It's not the right time yet." Han Fei secretly complained, "Damn it. How do I know when the right time is?" The middle-aged man asked, "Do you know the heavenly secrets and fate?" Han Fei shook his head. "Who knows? You've already mentioned the heavenly secrets. How can I speculate the heavenly secrets?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Learn from me." "What? I can learn that too." Han Fei immediately gasped. Luo Xiaobai once mentioned it in the Demon Forest channel. When he was away, someone calculated the heavenly secrets and caused the scattered stars' prison to reign for half a month. However, Shu Shan also said that in order to calculate the heavenly secrets, one had to at least be an explorer, right? Han Fei pointed at himself. "Can I calculate it now? Will I be struck to death by lightning?" The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled up. "Of course, it's impossible to calculate the heavenly secrets. However, you can still learn a little bit about the simple means of seeking luck and avoiding disaster." Han Fei hurriedly said, Wait. Senior, I think we should make it clear first. You gave me a bunch of good food to eat, taught me arrays, and now you want to teach me how to calculate the heavenly secrets for no reason? Wait, Senior, why?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Do you really want to know?" Han Fei nodded very seriously. "Yes. It's not that I can't owe others favors, but I have to know why. Who are you exactly? Are you a senior uncle of the Thug Academy?" The middle-aged man smiled. "I have my reasons for teaching you arrays. I'm teaching you to seek luck and avoid disaster because you are lucky. In addition to these reasons, let's talk about the sea-quelling painting." Hiss! Han Fei was stunned and subconsciously took a step back. The sea-quelling painting again. He hadn't even found the boneyard yet. Someone was talking to him about the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei's pupils constricted. What do you mean? What sea-quelling painting? The middle-aged man smiled faintly. You are from the Thug Academy, right? You have a sea token, don't you? Based on this calculation, you should know. Don't deny it. Do you know how many years the sea-quelling painting has been around? Han Fei shook his head slightly. He suddenly had a feeling that this man was telling him a big secret. The middle-aged man smiled. The sea-quelling painting was obtained by Ren Tianfei from the ruins of the Divine Palace more than 300 years ago. As for where the Divine Palace is, you don't have to worry about it now. All you need to know is that after Ren Tianfei obtained the sea-quelling painting, he was hunted by many strong masters, and in the end, he was almost beaten to death. However, this person tore the sea-quelling painting and its pattern with unparalleled means, turning the pattern into 99 sea tokens and scattering them everywhere. Do you have any guesses about what happened next? Han Fei took a breath. Did Ren Tianfei have something to do with this? More than 300 years ago, Ren Tianfei was lying in the mantis shrimp cave in the Heavenly Water Village, eating mantis shrimp. Han Fei frowned. Did the Thug Academy collect all the sea-quelling paintings? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, but then nodded. The sea-quelling painting was indeed collected. However, it was not when the Thug Academy declined, but later. The Thug Academy just had a few more sea tokens. Some strong masters snatched the sea-quelling painting, which aroused the greed of all parties. Then a great war was triggered. After that, there was actually a great war. There was more. Han Fei held his breath. He could imagine how tragic the situation of the Thug Academy was at that time. If the sea-quelling painting was a peerless treasure, countless people would covet it. Just like in the level 3 fishery, if a divine weapon appeared, the consequences could be imagined. They would definitely fight crazily. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Yes, there is more, but I won't tell you what happened next. Pooh! Han Fei immediately wanted to vomit blood. Brother, don't do this. You're only telling a story halfway, and you're going to stop? Aren't you just teasing me? Seeing that Han Fei was speechless, the middle-aged man chuckled. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but if you know what happened next, it will change your fate. So you don't need to know it now. Han Fei took a deep breath and asked in surprise, Even if I know it, I can't know it. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. You will know it, but not now. I'm teaching you this so that you can snatch the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Senior, don't you think too highly of me? According to what you said, how many top-notch experts have fought to the death for it, yet they still failed to snatch it. In the end, they even lost it. I'm just a hanging fisher. Even if I become a hidden fisher after a while, what can I do? The middle-aged man smiled. It doesn't matter who is strong enough to get it. When Ren Tianfei first entered the Venerable Realm, he almost died, didn't he? In this generation, the strong have their own checks and balances. The job of snatching the painting naturally falls on those who have obtained the sea tokens. Good-oo. Han Fei could imagine a scene where a group of hanging fishers and hidden fishers snatched the painting. The big shots just watched the show, but didn't take action. When the painting was snatched, the big shots began to take action, and the people who snatched the painting would all become cannon fodder. Seeing the horror in Han Fei's eyes, the middle-aged man said lightly, It's not as bad as you think. It doesn't matter whether the painting is or not. What matters is the secret inside. No strong master will attack you. Those who can snatch the painting must have some powerful background. Don't they think about it? How dare they make a move on a junior? Han Fei's head was in a mess. Secret? The middle-aged man chuckled. Although the sea-quelling painting itself is also a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, this is not the point. Although sea-quelling bizarre treasures are rare, they're not worth paying such a high price for. The people who have the C tokens of this generation are still fighting for the secret in the painting. Han Fei said weakly, "So, it's safest for us to snatch the painting?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes, the painting can fall into the hands of any of you, but it will never fall into the hands of those top masters. This is the key." Han Fei said leisurely, "Senior, do you know what the secret is? What if I snatch the painting and you kill me?" The middle-aged man smiled and didn't speak, but said softly, "Then do you want to learn it now?" "Yes," Han Fei blurted out without hesitation. This person had already made his intentions so clear. Anyway, before he snatched the painting, he wouldn't attack him. After snatching the painting, I have the Thug Academy and the sky-dissecting finger. Han Fei was very confident. With my king-level attack, I can kill whoever comes after me. If I can't, as long as I can hide and forge the universe, you can go anywhere you want. Who can find me? Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 819. Although he failed to ask who the middle-aged man was, Han Fei didn't panic at all at this moment. Since he asked me to find the map, it's only natural for me to charge some interest. Who wouldn't want free benefits? Wouldn't it be stupid to refuse? Besides, it was divination. Although his strength was too weak, seeking fortune and avoiding calamity could still be considered as a type of divination. When he became stronger in the future, what if seeking fortune and avoiding calamity became a high-level skill, like calculating the secrets of the heavens? Han Fei was relieved. Not only should he learn it, but he also had to learn it well. Han Fei asked, "Senior, how do we start?" "How?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's time for dinner. Go cook." Han Fei. How could Han Fei be in the mood to cook now? This time he made a hot pot. He threw the big pot of food into it, not in the mood to cook. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. He didn't mind it, as long as it was more delicious than what he had eaten before. At the dinner table, the two of them were eating a level 65 heavenly spirit ray in front of the hot pot. After only eating half a kilogram of meat, Han Fei's nose was bleeding and his head was in a mess. In a daze, Han Fei heard someone say in his ear, "The so-called divination is actually a method of perceiving fate with the help of the heavenly Tao. This method is actually very simple. You only need to remember one of the heavenly Tao techniques." Han Fei couldn't remember what was said after that. He slept like a dead pig. When Han Fei suddenly woke up, he looked around in shock. The food on the table was gone again, and he didn't know how long he had been lying on the ground. Han Fei looked around and found that the middle-aged man was fishing on a bluestone platform not far away. Han Fei rubbed his head. "Senior, how long have I slept again?" The middle-aged man said lightly, "Well, I cooked for myself yesterday." Han Fei was speechless. "I've slept for 2 days?" The middle-aged man said with a smile, "You've learned the heavenly Tao techniques. I have nothing to teach you. You can go out in a few days." "Huh." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Wait, Senior, how did I learn it? Just a nap?" The middle-aged man said softly, "Keep your voice down. You're scaring the fish away." "Han Fei," the middle-aged man said, "you calculate. When can you get out?" Han Fei subconsciously counted his fingers, and a vague feeling suddenly popped up in his head. 3 days later? Han Fei stared at his fingers. When did I learn to pinch my fingers? Han Fei quickly closed his eyes, and a message popped up. Heavenly Kismet Spell Unranked Introduction. Borrowing the power of the heavenly Tao to predict the fate of the heavens and to test the impermanence of all things. There were only these 2 simple sentences. There were no words or algorithms. In any case, it was just something in his mind. Han Fei swallowed and felt that the middle-aged man in front of him was even more mysterious. In his dream, he managed to learn such a miraculous technique. Han Fei sighed with mixed feelings. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart thumped and he calculated with his fingers. Then he remembered the prison token and immediately took it out. "Senior, do you know the hexagon starfish?" The middle-aged man glanced at the prison token and said with a smile, "You're quite smart." I think I threw it." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The hexagon starfish was sealed in the heavenly water village by Ren Tianfei for 300 years. "You threw it? How did you throw it?" Han Fei asked again. "Senior, do you know Ren Tianfei?" The middle-aged man looked at the water. "Sort of." Han Fei took a breath. "Then did you live in the heavenly water village before?" The middle-aged man glanced at Han Fei casually. "Don't talk, don't ask. Hold it back." "Why?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "I told you, it's easy to change your fate. Let everything go with the flow. You'll know it when it's time for you to know it." Han Fei's face immediately darkened, and he asked tentatively, "Then what can I say? Can I talk about Tango?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "No." Han Fei was lost for words. "What about the Thug Academy? For example, can we talk about the details of the decline of the Thug Academy more than 30 years ago?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "No." Han Fei gnashed his teeth. "Can I talk about my mother?" The middle-aged man continued to shake his head. "No." Han Fei said angrily, "Aren't you dead?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Sometimes it's quite difficult to die." Han Fei was not a fool. He just didn't expect to see his father in this place and in this way. After learning fortune-telling, Han Fei immediately thought of the prison token. As he thought about it, the answer was obvious. Why couldn't he be a senior of the Thug Academy? Look at Old Bai, Old Jiang, and Uncle Faceless. Would they teach him like this? And the Heavenly Water Village and Ren Tianfei? Plus the way he talked and the tone he used these days, he felt that he had been educated. No matter how stupid he was, he had guessed it. But Han Fei wasn't sure if this was Han Guanshu, or was he simply his father. Han Fei asked, "Have you ever been a marshal?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Don't ask, don't investigate, and tell Tanga not to investigate either." Sure enough, this man was Han Guanshu. He was his father after all. Han Fei said angrily, "Nothing. Do you want me to fish with you?" Han Guanshu nodded. "Okay." Han Fei was speechless. Grumbling, he pulled a stone stool and sat down by the river. After sitting down, Han Fei suddenly said, "Can't you tell me about the vine leaf in the demonic forest channel?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "That's the only thing that even I don't know." Han Fei. As soon as Han Fei took out the fishing rod, he was taken aback. Without even perceiving, he said helplessly, "No, there are no fish in this river." Crash! As soon as Han Fei said that, he saw a big, flashing fish of 30 meters was caught out of the water by Han Guanshu. Shoot! Han Fei was dumbfounded. His perception probed the river again, only to find that the depth of the river was not as high as this fish. How could there be such a big fish? In his eyes, information emerged. Name: starlight fish. Introduction: a fish that grows by absorbing the power of stars. It floats and sinks like twinkling starlight. It can cover a distance of 3,000 kilometers in a flash and is extremely difficult to catch. When it is attacked, it can use the star sword once. Level 63, quality exotic, mutated, contains spiritual energy greater than 47,508 points. Effect: long-term consumption can improve the ability to comprehend space. Collectible: star bead, absorbable. Goodoo! Han Fei was lost for words. What kind of amazing skill is this? Han Guanshu said casually, "A fishing skill." Han Fei blinked. "That's too much. Just because your level is high, you think you're great? You're just showing off your fishing skills." Han Fei hurried to read the divine manipulation technique on the 5th level of void fishing. However, after reading it, he found that it was not a magical fishing skill. The divine manipulation technique required a type of fishing line called the void line. Han Fei didn't have time to study it before, but when he read it, he looked weird. Looking at the guy next door, Han Fei sat cross-legged and read it carefully. The reason why the so-called void lines required fish tendons or dragon tendons with extremely high dragon bloodlines was that there were certain conditions and restrictions. Only when this basic requirement was met could the void lines be refined. The so-called refining was actually to refine a magical vein with the soul, which was hidden in the soul and even connected to the soul. Now that he had refined this mystical meridian, it would belong to him. As for its use, it was awesome. Like a marionette, it could control creatures invisibly, making it impossible for them to escape. The more advanced the void lines were, the less likely it was to be discovered. Otherwise, once the creatures that were caught found something wrong with them, they would be very likely to break free. Also, the void lines required a lot of soul power and spiritual power. Of course, if he refined multiple void lines, he should be able to slightly solve this problem. The void lines could also control living beings like puppets. Also, the void lines could be split, but they needed to be split according to his soul power. Han Fei didn't know how many he could split. In addition to fishing with the void lines, it also had the ability to fight. However, in terms of combat ability, he needed the help of a fish hook. Once he used a fish hook, he would be easily discovered. No wonder it's called the divine manipulation technique. Amazing, amazing, who the F*CK can defend against this. Han Fei glanced aside. What should I call you? I can't call you senior, can I? Han Guanchu chuckled. Do you have to? Han Fei chuckled. It's fine if you don't. I've lived a hard life since I was a kid. You should at least give me something. Han Guanchu looked at Han Fei. What do you want? Han Fei said straightforwardly, flood dragon tendons and a few more. Han Guanchu was stunned for a moment. Why do you want so many? Han Fei grinned. Of course I want them. Han Guanchu chuckled. Okay. Han Fei added, also, I want the 6th level and above of the true spirit fishing art. Han Guanchu frowned. Are you still practicing the true spirit fishing art? Han Fei took a long breath of relief upon hearing this. Everything that happened before made Han Fei feel that he had been set up. This question made him realize that it was not. Han Fei nodded. Yes, only this technique suits me. Han Guanchu pondered for a moment. I don't have it. However, I can find a way to give it to you. Han Fei's eyes immediately lit up. All of them. Han Guanchu sneered. The 6th level. As for the 7th level, only one family in the entire 1,000 Star City has it. However, I've beaten that family before, so they probably won't give it to me. Han Fei was speechless. What the hell? Does it mean that the true spirit fishing art really stopped at the 6th level? That's it. Han Fei took a breath. Which family? The Zhang family. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. The Zhang family that knows the heavenly pearl body protecting technique? Yes. Han Fei was immediately worried. Then I'm doomed. I've beaten them too. Han Guanchu glanced at Han Fei and was speechless. However, it made sense. The Thug Academy and the 1,000 Star City had always been at odds. It was normal that they had beaten them, but it would be abnormal if they hadn't. After a pause, Han Guanchu suddenly said, However, it's not impossible to get it. Han Fei shivered. What do you mean? Han Guanchu said leisurely, You can exchange the sea quelling painting for it. The 3rd chapter, asking for votes. It will break out in a few days, the specific day to be decided. Also, are the chapters yesterday and today fake? How is that possible? I just don't have the exciting scenes. In fact, these chapters are very important. They carry many secrets of the first part of the story, and then the logical framework of the subsequent plot. How can they be fake? When I wrote it, I also thought about it repeatedly. Don't panic. The story needs to be laid out slowly. It's meaningless to purely pursue the improvement of strength. For example, when should I find Xia Shaochan? Han Fei still had a lot of things to do. Anyway, I can't go for a while. Okay, I'll have a very exciting scene tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 8:20. Hearing Han Guanshu's words, Han Fei didn't know what to say. What if I can really get the sea-quelling painting? Can I exchange a sea-quelling bizarre treasure for a level of a cultivation technique? Han Fei pondered. Can't I destroy it? Han Guanshu. Han Guanshu glanced at his son. You're a bit cruel. You're going to destroy the Zhang family of the Thousand-Star City just for a level of the true spirit fishing art? 3 days passed in a flash. He drank tea, ate, slept, and fished every day. Han Fei suddenly had a premonition and pinched his fingers. He should be out soon. Han Fei suddenly asked, Old Han, why are you locked up here? Han Guanshu smiled and said, Don't ask. Han Fei. As soon as Han Fei said this, he suddenly thought of something and immediately turned his head to the open space where he came in, only to find that a cold-looking middle-aged man had been standing there since he did not know when he had arrived. Han Fei had never seen this person before, but he saw the 12-star waist tag on his waist. Shueishenqi? The highest star rank on the Scattered Stars Island was 12 stars. As far as Han Fei knew, there was only one strong man of this level, and that was Shueishenqi. He looked at Shueishenqi, and then at old Han, who was fishing solemnly without looking back. Immediately, Han Fei had a strange feeling. What was the relationship between Shueishenqi and old Han? You can go out now. Shueishenqi's voice was relatively heavy. Maybe because he had been in a high position for a long time, his voice was naturally intimidating. Han Guanshu glanced at Han Fei with a smile. Go out. The barrier is open. Han Fei took a deep look at old Han, got up and walked straight out. When he passed by Shueishenqi, he found that he was looking at him expressionlessly, as if he had just met a passerby on the roadside. When he reached the exit of the barrier, Han Fei said lazily, Let's go! Okay. Han Guanshu grunted softly, and Han Fei's figure disappeared from the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison. At the top of the stairs, Zhang Teng stared at Han Fei as if he wanted to see through him. He didn't understand. It had only been less than a month, and the general came to release him in person. Was Han Fei really that powerful? However, this matter was no longer within his control. Zhang Teng handed Han Fei a waist tag with only 6 stars on it. Han Fei took it and turned it over, only to see 5 million credit points on it. Other than that, there was no other information. Han Fei frowned. That's all? Zhang Teng snorted. It's a decision made by the marshal himself. What are you dissatisfied with? Furthermore, you weren't a 5-star when you left. The punishment and reward basically offset each other. Don't even think about the title of Guardian of the Sea. Han Fei smiled casually. Okay, I accept. Zhang Teng snorted and continued. From today on, you no longer have the right to hold any position on the Scattered Stars Island, which means that you will not have a team in the future. Also, your base will be moved to the Empyrean Waterfall. They already know about it, so you can go there directly. Han Fei couldn't be happier about not taking up a position. He hadn't really thought about moving to the Empyrean Waterfall. Han Fei and Zhang Teng slowly walked out, and after a long time he asked, Can I go to sea? Zhang Teng said expressionlessly, You are now a 6-star slaughterer, so of course you can go to sea alone. But let me remind you, don't be trapped in the Empyrean Waterfall like Wang Dashui. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. Han Fei curled his lips. Senior brother Dashui, what did you do before? Tisk. I'll ask him when I go to the Empyrean Waterfall. Outside the Scattered Stars prison, Han Fei looked up at the sky and sighed. A secret realm is just a secret realm. No matter how elegant it is, it's not as good as outside. Hanging up the waist tag, Han Fei left the courtyard of the Scattered Stars prison without looking back. Even though he knew that someone was staring at him from behind, he didn't seem to feel it. Han Fei didn't control the fishing boat, but took a leisurely walk. He was thinking, what was the problem between Xue Shinqi and Old Han? What was the relationship between Old Han and the Thug Academy? Did he need an opportunity to snatch the sea-quelling painting? After all, he hadn't found the bone yard yet. Should he go to Luo Xiaobai and the others, or the Empyrean waterfall, or the twisted jungle? As he walked, a fishing boat suddenly landed from the sky, and Luo Xiaobai was on it. Come on up. Han Fei jumped onto the fishing boat and smiled. Why are you here? Luo Xiaobai said calmly, I've been paying attention to this place since you were imprisoned in the Scattered Stars prison. So, the moment you came out, I knew. After a moment, in a certain club on the Scattered Stars Island, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Quang, and Han Fei sat in a private room. Zhang Xuanyu was the first to speak. Han Fei, what's on the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Were you arranged to go to the Empyrean waterfall? Han Fei said with a smile, the 4th level is nothing. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Lu Rinquang added, but the Empyrean waterfall, Senior Brother Dashuai is trapped in the Empyrean waterfall and can't even go to sea. Han Fei said with a smile, I can. Luo Xiaobai said coldly, Han Fei, the Empyrean waterfall is not a place you can enter casually. There are mysteries hidden under the waterfall. Remembering the story under the pool of the Empyrean waterfall, Han Fei said slowly, I'm not going to explore the bottom. I'm waiting to go to sea. Luo Xiaobai and the others slowly took a breath of relief and then stared at Han Fei. Han Fei touched his nose and couldn't help but chuckle. What? Is there something on my face? Zhang Xuanyu said, speak. Don't keep us guessing. It's time to say what you want to say. Han Fei pinched his fingers. He didn't feel that he was being eavesdropped. Then spiritual energy gathered on his fingertips, and lines appeared one after another. A total of 11 lines outlined a pattern. Then everyone was shocked to find that all the sounds in the outside world had been blocked. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, What's this? Is this an array? Lu Rinquang said with mixed feelings, Can this prevent the eavesdropping of experts? Luo Xiaobai was also quite curious and looked straight at Han Fei. Han Fei explained, I've used 11 arrays. The hidden fissures can't hear us. Then Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers and paid attention to his premonitions. He would stop talking the moment he sensed something wrong. Even so, Han Fei still spoke telepathically. He believed that it was necessary. After all, if there were experts like Old Han on the Scattered Stars Island, he wouldn't be able to guard against them. Han Fei said slowly, Xia Shaochan was taken back by her family. As for why I went to the 10,000 Demon Valley, it's actually a very simple story. Han Fei told them the story. However, he neglected the reason why the Sea Demon Mountain was moved away, and he didn't tell them about Chen Huangdian or that someone was searching for him through divination. Apart from that, he didn't hide how he entered the 10,000 Demon Valley, how he broke into the 72-floor demon realm, how he stole someone's refining shop, and how he followed them into the demon forest. A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu and the others stared at Han Fei and swallowed with their mouths open. Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. You jerk, you're truly a lunatic. How did you sneak into the 10,000 Demon Valley? Those sea demons must have been infuriated. Lu Rinquang asked, Is Xia Xiaochan's family strong? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Zhang Xuanyu patted Lu Rinquang. Are you an idiot? Why are you asking me that? Han Fei didn't talk about Xia Xiaochan. Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu already understood something. Only Lu Rinquang kept asking. Han Fei tapped the table with his finger and suddenly became solemn. There are some things that I can't tell you, but in the following days, you must improve your strength quickly, no matter what you do. If my guess is correct, Something big is going to happen. The three of them asked in surprise, "What big thing?" Han Fei said calmly, "It may be related to a sea-quelling bizarre treasure." Hiss! The three of them gasped at the same time. Even Luo Xiaobai was shocked. What was a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Of course they knew. It was a treasure that was much more powerful than a divine weapon. It was extremely rare even in the Thousand-Star City. How could they not be surprised when Han Fei mentioned it, so casually? Han Fei smiled and waved his hand. "Fatty, where's the food? Let's cook." Lu Rinquang chuckled and immediately took out a big pot during the meal. Han Fei asked, "Xiaobai has 6 stars. Why do you two still have 5 stars? Zhang, Xuanyu rolled his eyes. Do you think it's so easy to get stars? I don't have as much freedom as I do overseas, but I will soon. Luo Xiaobai said lightly, Han Fei, I will spend more time in the central city now. However, I have plenty of time. If you need to go to sea, you can come to me. By the way, if you have time, you can go to the Sea of Pearls to have a look. Huh. Luo Xiaobai said calmly. There was an anomaly in the Sea of Pearls. However, it soon subsided. It is suspected that there are ancient ruins on the island. Han Fei nodded with a smile. Got it. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 821. In the club. Following a series of angry roars, the clamor finally died down. Han Fei had a feeling that someone was coming. Luo Xiaobai was the first to react. She looked at the door. What's wrong? Bam! The door of the private room was pushed open, and a bunch of ferocious people came in and stared at Han Fei unkindly. The crowd made way for them, and a young man and a young woman appeared in front of Han Fei. Judging from his age, he didn't seem to be much older than them. Clatter! Han Fei snapped his fingers, and the soundproof array was gone. Looking at the man and the woman in silence, he said unhurriedly, "They're not friendly." Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned cold. Wu Yu and Wen Rong of the Dark Hunter Legion are known as the Twin Killers. They once hunted 8 experts in the Sea Demon Realm in a row. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. They're from the Scattered Stars, 1st Unit. Zhang Xuanyu slapped the table. Where did these ** stars come from? Don't you see that we're having dinner? Lu Rinquang's face slightly shivered, and he glared at them. 2 idiots. Hunters who walk in the shadows all year round are here to fight? They were a man and a woman. The man was feminine, and his eyes were full of ruthlessness, while the woman was arrogant and looked at them with narrowed eyes. The arrogant woman looked at Han Fei provocatively. I'm told that you broke into the Dark Hunter Legion and killed people in public. After spending a few days with old Han, Han Fei was even more arrogant. At this moment, he slowly leaned against the chair and crossed his legs. That's me. What do you think? Seeing Han Fei's movement, the other hunters were full of fury. Humph! Han Fei! Nobody has ever despised the Dark Hunter Legion like this. Today, you'll kneel here and confess to Yangying. Bam! Han Fei pointed his finger in the air, and a line popped up. In the next moment, a terrifying torrent of knives enveloped the speaker like a waterfall. How dare you! A spot of starlight glittered and cut Han Fei's finger. When Rong took action, Han Fei immediately knew what her spiritual beast was. Wasn't it the starlight fish that he had just eaten? Wu Yu also took action. They turned into dozens of figures and blocked the figure of the person who spoke. The phantoms seemed to freeze, and hundreds of daggers appeared in front of him, colliding with the array that Han Fei had drawn. Seeing the flickering starlight, Han Fei just sneered and hooked his finger. Another line appeared, and a floating light shield appeared. Clang! The violent collision directly shattered the house into pieces. On Wu Yu's side, although he managed to resist Han Fei's attack for a while, the wall of the private room was shattered by the airwaves. Instant! A ray of cold light instantly arrived. The terrifying spear radiance pointed straight at Wenrong. The latter's figure was pierced by the spear, leaving behind some gray smoke, while the terrifying spear light directly pierced through the entire carnival shop. The onlookers immediately knew that the club was about to fall, so they quickly left. Fortunately, they retreated in advance. Otherwise, Zhang Xuanyu's spear aura would have hit a few of them. At this moment, there was a big hole from the private room to the outside of the store, which had been blasted by Zhang Xuanyu's spear. Dozens of hunters attacked one after another, and a fat figure appeared with an orange-red glow on his body. Sky-swallowing technique. Outside, many people on the street hurriedly dispersed. When Han Fei attacked for the first time, the noise had already spread out, attracting the attention of the passers-by in the surrounding carnival shops. From the outside, everyone saw that a big black hole suddenly appeared in midair. Half of the nightclub was sucked in by the huge hole and shattered with a loud bang. Someone was surprised. Hiss! Who is this? Isn't he afraid that the law enforcement team will get into trouble? Someone was lost for words. Which lunatic is fighting here? Someone was puzzled. It must cost a lot of money to smash a carnival shop, right? Someone pointed at the ruins. Look, is that Han Fei? It's him, the lunatic Han Fei. Wait, isn't that Wenrong from the Dark Hunter Legion? Hey, Zhang Xuanyu the playboy? They're from the Thug Academy. When someone called out the playboy, Han Fei glanced at Zhang Xuanyu casually, and the latter said embarrassedly, "Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm a serious man." The original carnival shop had already been crushed into a pile of rubble. A vine swept out, slapping away the other hunters who had tried to attack just now. 6 of them were sucked by Lu Renquang, and their faces all changed. If Lu Renquang killed them at this moment, they wouldn't be able to survive at all. Han Fei said casually, "Fatty, throw them out." Lu Renquang snorted, and an invisible force was thrown out of the black hole, slapping them dozens of meters away. Han Fei slowly rose from his chair and looked at Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu. "It's all because of me. You don't have to do anything." Zhang Xuanyu snorted and stabbed his spear into his body. Luo Xiaobai dropped her arm, and the vine disappeared into the ground. Han Fei finally looked at Wu Yu and Wenrong. "You want to fight? I'll give you a chance. I'm told that you can kill a hidden fisher together. Very good. From today on, you can try to attack me at any time and under any circumstances." Wenrong still held her head high and said proudly, "From today on, we'll settle today's business." Wu Yu replied coldly, "That's right." Han Fei chuckled. "Do you think I'm joking with you? The hunters of the Dark Hunter Legion are no different from the iron-head fish in a head-on battle. However, if you want to fight, bring it on." Luo Xiaobai slightly frowned. "You just got out." Han Fei grinned and said softly, "Don't worry. I don't think the Scattered Stars prison will let me in even if I want to." Zhang Xuanyu, on the other hand, said with a smile, "That's pretty cool. Okay, then we don't have to do anything. Hey, boss, you have to ask the Dark Hunter Legion to settle the score, but they attacked first." The boss of this club was not weak. He was a hidden fisher. If he weren't, he wouldn't have been qualified to run a club here. Just now, he didn't expect that the 2 groups of people would start a fight. He should have stopped them if he had known it, because the club had always been one of the busiest places on the Scattered Stars Island and one of the places with the most conflicts. The law enforcers were always here. At this moment, a 5-member law enforcer squad was rushing close. The captain roared, "What are you doing? Are you rebelling? All of you, stop!" Before Han Fei could speak, Wenrong had already stepped forward. "We want to challenge Han Fei. That's in line with the rules." Wenrong and Wu Yu naturally knew that it was impossible to kill Han Fei. However, it was necessary to frustrate him. They needed to defeat Han Fei in a crowded place like the club. Only in such a way could they save the reputation of the Dark Hunter Legion and make those arrogant B***stards look down on the Dark Hunter Legion. The captain glanced at Han Fei in surprise. "Are you Han Fei?" The captain rubbed his head. At this moment, Han Fei's name had spread all over the scattered stars island. Breaking into the Dark Hunter Legion wouldn't happen even once in decades. But now it happened twice in a row, and it was Han Fei who did it. Who could tolerate it? The captain looked at Han Fei. Do you accept the challenge? Han Fei slightly nodded. Yes. The captain's eyes flickered. You can't fight here. Don't disturb other people. You can choose to fight on the river. When Rong turned her head and turned into a cluster of gray smoke. When she reappeared, she was already on the river, not far away. Han Fei looked at Wu Yu calmly. Come at me together. I don't have time for you to challenge me one by one. Come at me together. Wu Yu put on a ruthless expression. Are you sure? Without further ado, Han Fei walked to the river slowly. When he walked to the riverside, he casually broke off a branch from a small tree beside him. Many people were baffled by this scene. Zhang Xuanyu and the others, however, twitched their lips, as this guy was always like that. The fat on Lu Rinquang's face shivered, and he said, I don't think they'll be able to show up again. Zhang Xuanyu put his hand on Lu Rinquang's shoulder. Lu Rinquang, don't you feel that Han Fei is very aggressive this time? No wonder he was thrown to the Empyrean waterfall. At this moment, thousands of people had gathered on both sides of the river. Han Fei walked on the water step by step and dragged the branch in his hand on the water. Many people were lost for words. It was just a branch, but Han Fei dragged it into the shape of a sword. Wu Yu and Wenrong stood side by side, about 200 meters away from Han Fei. After Han Fei reached the center of the river, he tilted his head and looked at them. Come on. Swoosh! Wu Yu and Wenrong instantly disappeared into thin air. Han Fei, on the other hand, stood still and drew on the water with the branch in his hand. Water ripples appeared but didn't disperse. After no more than 1 second, a weird knife aura suddenly appeared 10 meters away from Han Fei. Han Fei punched with his left hand casually. The golden fist print crushed the saber radiance in an instant, and the remaining force did not diminish as it continued to crush forward. In everyone's eyes after punching out, Han Fei's body shifted by less than 3 inches. The water under his feet was split by invisible blades. Then, thousands of knife shadows appeared around Han Fei. They charged at Han Fei like a torrent of knives and swords. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled into a smile. He was about to be swept away by the invisible blades when an invisible barrier appeared out of nowhere. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei was still drawing a raise unhurriedly, and his body would move occasionally. Starlight. Suddenly, Han Fei raised his head, only to find that the illusion of a full moon appeared in the sky. Traceless knife art. Dozens of meters away, Wu Yu appeared and pointed his knife at Han Fei. Starting from his feet, the river was divided as if it had been cut by a terrifying giant blade. Han Fei suddenly put his hands behind his back and smiled at them. Are they the heavenly talents of the Dark Hunter Legion? Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 8:22. The crowd on both sides of the river outside of the club had already exclaimed. Someone said in shock, Is that the star and moon wheel? It's a starlight fish. That's Wenrong from the Dark Hunter Legion. Someone gasped and said in surprise, This is a powerful attack with the power of stars. With Wenrong's strength, I'm afraid that she can even kill a beginner hidden fisher. Someone exclaimed, Does she have to be so fierce? Isn't it said that Yang Ying set up her teammates? Someone remarked, Don't forget that there's still Wu Yu. His traceless knife art can attack both the body and the soul. Not only can it attack the physical body, but it can also attack the soul. This attack is probably not inferior to the Star Moon Wheel, right? Someone nodded in agreement. Of course not. It's said that Wu Yu once killed a hidden fisher with this move. However, is he risking his life by using it now? All the onlookers were shocked, except for Luo Xiaobai and the other two girls. Zhang Xuanyu was even smiling. He was wondering how strong Han Fei was right now. When everybody looked at Han Fei, he simply stepped on the river as calmly as if he hadn't done anything. His hands were still behind his back, and the branch was still in his hand. Voila! All of a sudden, the river behind Han Fei surged, and the huge waves were as high as 100 meters. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, an endless, piercingly cold blade intent emerged from the huge wave. When the stars and the moon fell, and the river split to 10 meters before Han Fei Hiu, Han Fei finally extended his right hand and pointed at Wu Yu and Wenrong. At that moment, the tides were like tides, and the whole river seemed to have been turned into knives that poured out as fast as Wu Yu's traceless knife art. Starlight Fall. Amidst the huge waves, two tiny figures were stuck in the waves. They were only 1 meter in front of them, which was still within their control, and they could still block Han Fei's attack. However, they couldn't have looked more awful. The tide seemed to be endless and showed no sign of stopping. Wenrong was shocked. How is it possible? How can a hanging fisher launch such an attack? Wu Yu gritted his teeth and slid backward. The traceless streams of sabers 1 meter in front of Xiao Chen were still shattering, filling the water with cracks. Hiss! The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Someone was shocked. Is this really the attack of a peak-level hanging fisher? Is he AF * King Hidden Fisher? Someone was lost for words. Do you think a hidden fisher can perform such a terrifying attack at will? Someone panicked. That's right. This was a saber strike. Don't think that the entire river is transforming into a saber. In reality, it's just one saber. Gulp. The sound of swallowing came one after another. Many people were shocked by Han Fei's blow. Han Fei still had a smile on his face. He did not use the Overlord's technique for this attack. It was just a simple array and a little invincible saber intent. He was confident that if he used the art of invincibility, these two people would be crushed by him in an instant. Moonlight. Suddenly, bright moonlight erupted from Wenrong's body in the sky. The woman was moving forward unstoppably under Han Fei's attack. Knowing that Wenrong had used a secret technique, Wu Yu stopped holding back and roared, "Saber Soul Fusion!" Chilla. The waves seemed to be torn apart. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Wu Yu and Wenrong not only withstood the terrifying slash, they were even able to move forward through the waves. Han Fei's voice echoed secret technique. So what? Han Fei was in the water, and the array was under his feet. As long as he had enough spiritual energy, the attack wouldn't stop. He wanted to see if the two of them could reach him. Not just Han Fei, but everybody else was waiting. At this moment, nobody thought that Wu Yu and Wenrong could win. As long as they could hold on and not be defeated, they would be able to save face. At least in the future, it would definitely be a topic of conversation in the clubs. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of senses swept over the river. It meant that many experts were paying attention to it too. Wenrong, hold on. Captain, you can't lose. Wu Yu, come on. The people of the Dark Hunter Legion couldn't have looked more awful. They didn't expect that Han Fei would be so strong. Wenrong and Wu Yu were two of the strongest hanging fishers of the Dark Hunter Legion. If they failed, it would mean that the younger generation of the Dark Hunter Legion had failed. Some people were surging in the crowd. Among them were the peerless heavenly talents of the Scattered Stars, first unit. Mengyi, Yixiangxiang, Ningdong, Gongyuehan, and Tenga. When Yixiangxiang saw the figure standing in the middle of the river, she couldn't help but cover her mouth when she saw the posture of the sword that contained the power of an entire river. Tang grinned brilliantly. It was the most brilliant smile Han Fei had ever had since he disappeared. Only Mengyi looked at Han Fei in a daze and murmured, "What a powerful array." After a minute, Gong Yuehan slightly shook her head. Wu Yu and Wenrong can't reach him. The others nodded too. The closer Han Fei's attack was to him, the stronger the resistance was. The two of them were about 10 meters away from Han Fei. It was already difficult for them to move their feet. It was impossible for them to reach Han Fei. Bam! Wu Yu failed first. His saber soul was shattered, and he was thrown hundreds of meters away by the tide. His body was already covered in wounds. When Rong shouted again and starlight glowed. All of a sudden, when Rong disappeared and reappeared half a meter before Han Fei, in such a violent slash, she used the power of Starlight Flash, which immediately made everyone who was watching the battle suck in a breath. However, they could only see that when Rong's dagger couldn't move any further when it was half a foot away from Han Fei. Crack! Crack, crack, not good. The moment the dagger in Wen Rong's hand was broken, a man scolded, Han Fei, don't go too far! At the same time, the man slapped Han Fei with a giant hand. Bam! Wen Rong was flung backward and crashed into the mud at the bottom of the river like a cannonball. When the giant void hand fell in front of Han Fei's strength increased sharply. Almost in an instant, the giant hand was shattered. Voila! When the tide fell, Han Fei walked to the shore with a branch in his hand and said casually, "The Dark Hunter Legion is too weak." The street by the river was now completely silent. Only Han Fei's words were echoing and striking everyone's heart. Domineering? Arrogant? Conceited? Although Han Fei was already famous after he broke into the Dark Hunter Legion, everyone only thought that he was arrogant. Perhaps he was a genius craftsman, but craftsmen were not heaven's favorites when it came to combat. Although Han Fei returned unstoppably and broke into the Dark Hunter Legion again and became famous on the Scattered Stars Island, everyone only thought that he was lawless and no one thought about his strength. This time, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Han Fei defeated 2 top heavenly talents with 1 slash. That was shocking. Han Fei's strength was so terrifying. Of course, some people in the crowd had seen Han Fei's battle scenes more than once. For example, Luo Xiaobai, Tang Ge, and Gong Yuehan. They had all expected it. Han Fei grinned and looked at Tang Ge. "I'm back. Did you go to the Twisted Jungle?" Tang Ge nodded. "Yes." Han Fei didn't look at Tang Ge again, but responded, "See you in the Twisted Jungle." The crowd automatically made way for Han Fei. Han Fei immediately saw Zhang Xuanyu, who was flirting with a little girl who was watching. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Girl, the one who was fighting just now is my brother. Do you want to ask him for advice? In fact, I taught him some of my experience. Can I teach you?" Auntie. Bam! Han Fei went up and kicked him down. "Let's go." The little girl hurriedly said, "Hey, how can I find you?" Zhang Xuanyu looked back with a brilliant smile. "Don't bother. We'll meet again in the vast sea of people. I look forward to meeting you next time." Han Fei said gloomily, "Hurry up and go back to your patrol team." Zhang Xuanyu muttered, "Don't interrupt me every time. I'm now responsible for dispatching the patrol team. I can take 2 days off every 5 days. Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. Han Fei, when will you go to the Empyrean waterfall? Han Fei thought for a moment. I'm not in a hurry. I still have something else to do. I just don't know if my position in the Scattered Stars 7th Unit is still there. Yes. Luo Xiaobai explained. As long as your behavior is fine, this position will not be vacated. You can go back and have a look when you have a chance. Han Fei smiled. No hurry. Can the Scattered Stars Island produce semi-divine weapons now? Lu Rinquang said, I don't think so, but they can be produced, although the output is still very low. But anyway, the output is higher than before. Han Fei sighed. It seemed that Old Guan and Mu Jia couldn't deal with him. Then Han Fei said to Lu Rinquang, Lu Rinquang, give me your waist tag. Lu Rinquang asked blankly, why? Han Fei grabbed it and scanned his waist tag. 5 million points of credit had been transferred to Lu Rinquang's account. Lu Rinquang exclaimed, "Points again? What do you want to buy this time?" Han Fei put on a brilliant smile. "Spiritual fruits, spiritual energy, spiritual fruits." Lu Rinquang was stunned. "All of them?" Han Fei nodded. "All of them. Also, it will be either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Today is the 3rd chapter. Thank you for your support. Please subscribe and support the original version. Your subscriptions are my motivation." End of this chapter. Chapter 823. Wu Yu and Wenrong, as heavenly talents among hunters, might not be so famous on the Scattered Stars Island. They couldn't be compared with well-known refiners such as Guan Qingyan and Mu Jia. After all, they were hunters. However, the news that Han Fei defeated 2 top heavenly talents with 1 slash was immediately spread out, because too many people saw it. On the 4th floor of the Scattered Stars prison, 2 middle-aged men were drinking tea, one serious and the other gentle. Xue Xinqi nodded. "Not bad." Han Guanshu smiled and said, "It's quite beyond my expectation. My plan is that he won't come until 10 years later." Xue Xinqi sneered. "Even you can't predict the future." Han Guanshu shook his head slightly. "I'm not a god. Fate was unpredictable, and the heavenly Tao was impermanent. This child's fate had changed. Most of my previous plans can't be used. He is luckier than me." Xue Xinqi glanced at the sky. "So you're anxious?" Han Guanshu shook his head again. "I'm just going with the flow." There was a moment of silence. Xue Xinqi drank up the tea in the cup and stared at Han Guanshu coldly. "I've met your conditions. Then what do I want to know?" Han Guanshu said lightly, "You can only choose one answer. It's either the Demon Forest Channel or the arrival of a strong master a few days ago." Xue Xinqi snorted coldly. "I let your son stay with you for more than 20 days. As if he didn't hear it, Han Guanshu gently blew the steam from the teacup and said slowly, "Which answer do you want to know?" Xue Xinqi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you know that both answers are very important and related to the life and death of thousands of people?" Han Guanshu raised his eyes. "Hurry up. It's almost time for my meal." Xue Xinqi clenched his fists and stared at Han Guanshu for a long time before he said, "Why can't the Demon Forest Channel be opened?" Han Guanshu smiled and said 2 points. First, the Demon Forest Channel can't pass the infinite ocean, so your exploration goal can't be achieved. Second, the Yao Sun behind the Demon Forest Channel is stronger than humans think. You and I both know that the Thousand Star City has no king, but the Demon Forest does. You can't even solve a demon city. What are you going to bet on the Demon Plant Forest at the other end of the channel? Just because of this, Han Guanshu said lightly, "I've been there once." After another moment of silence, Xue Xinqi suddenly asked, "Then can we just follow your original plan? Han Fei, are you going to help him open his sea?" Han Guanshu shook his head with a smile. "That's another question." Xue Xinqi frowned and said, "But the Demon Forest Passage will eventually open. How many years can you delay it?" Han Guanshu smiled and said, "Let's wait a few more years. A sea-quelling painting is enough to shake the Thousand Star City for 100 years. This is the consequence of not having a sea pioneer." Xue Xinqi suddenly stood up. "Okay, then let's watch for a few more years." Han Fei, who had lost his job, had nothing to do. Although he had nothing to do in the past, he still had to be responsible for a group of people, so he couldn't just leave them behind. This time he really had nothing to do. No one even assigned tasks to him, and no one asked him to kill a few half-mermaids every month to contribute to mankind. Twisted jungle. Han Fei leisurely walked into this place full of poisonous and evil weeds. Halfway through, Han Fei suddenly smiled. As he walked, he stretched out his hand and swiped his finger in the air from time to time, breaking layers of maze arrays. After breaking about 10 maze arrays, Han Fei looked around and said helplessly, Old Jiang, aren't you afraid that I can't get in with the serial arrays you've set up? Han Fei scratched his head and observed for a moment. Void array, 1 array, 7 arrays. Suddenly, in this jungle, there was wind and rain. Golden light pierced through, and virtual fire rose. After a while, he saw a large array barrier. At this time, a hole was opened in the array, and Han Fei quickly stepped in. Old man, I'm back, old man. Humph! Crossing the small plantation, Han Fei saw Tengu sweating in front of a big stove, and a strange fragrance wafted into his nose. Han Fei asked in surprise, Tengu, what are you doing? Tengu didn't dare to be distracted. He glanced at Han Fei out of the corner of his eyes and didn't dare to speak. Crossing the stove, Han Fei saw old Jiang, who looked at Han Fei with a straight face and scolded, You're stupid, but you also sent another idiot here. He had no chance of learning the spirit-gathering art, array formations, and cooking. Fortunately, he has a little talent in alchemy. But he's stupid. Han Fei said helplessly, Old man, when did you learn alchemy? Also, don't you care if I'm okay outside? I almost died outside. Old Jiang snorted, poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, wiped his beard stained with wine casually, and said, You're a scourge. I won't be surprised if you die outside in the future. Han Fei was speechless. Are you still cursing me? Old Jiang said angrily, I personally went to sea to look for you for more than 2 months, but I couldn't even find your body. But after half a year, you suddenly came back to life. Han Fei asked in surprise, You looked for me? Old Jiang snorted. Do you think I can't lie at home comfortably? You're the troublemaker. Han Fei snorted and glanced at Tengu. Wait, Tengu is learning alchemy. What's the use of alchemy? Humph. Old Jiang glanced at Han Fei contemptuously. How dare you look down on alchemy? You have no idea how fast you can improve your strength and make breakthroughs. Fortunately, I didn't teach you the boundless alchemy scripture. Otherwise, I don't know where it would be at this moment. Han Fei curled his lips. It's really hard to refute this. If I hadn't met old Han, the spirit-gathering scripture would still be in the dust. Bam! As soon as old Jiang said this, there was an explosion behind him, and bursts of black smoke came out of the furnace. The strange fragrance, just now, turned into a burnt smell in the blink of an eye. Tengu was scratching his head, stupidly. Puff! Old Jiang was so angry that he sprayed a drop of water on Tengu. Calm down, calm down. Alchemy is more complicated than refining. Look at what you've refined. A nest of good pills has been ruined by you. Han Fei gave Tengu a helpless look, hinting, this old man is like this. You chose the path of alchemy yourself. Just bear with it. Anyway, the pills had been ruined, so Tengu quickly asked, Han Fei, where did you go after you went to sea? Why didn't you come back until now? Also, how did you sneak into the sea demons? For a moment, all kinds of questions were thrown out. Han Fei glanced at old Jiang. It seemed that they all knew. Just when Han Fei was about to say something, old Jiang said, Let's discuss it when Xiao Qin comes back. Hurry up and make food. Did you bring back any delicious food after being overseas for so long? Han Fei rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I've eaten all the delicious food on the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison. Han Fei patted Tengu on the shoulder. Let's go and cook. Give me a hand. After a while cooking, Han Fei said to Tengu, Don't investigate that matter anymore. Tengu was at a loss. What do you mean? While cutting the fish, Han Fei glanced at old Jiang out of the corner of his eyes. Don't investigate old Han's matter anymore. Tengu was stunned for a moment. Don't investigate our father's matter anymore. Seeing that old Jiang didn't respond, Han Fei nodded and said, Yes, it's not urgent. I have a clue. Tengu immediately said, excitedly, What clue? Where did you get the clue? Is he still alive? Han Fei said leisurely, He's probably still alive, but he's not in a good situation. Tang Gu immediately said anxiously, Let me see the clue. If he's not in a good situation, we have to find him as soon as possible. Seeing that old Jiang didn't respond, Han Fei turned to look at Tang Gu. Trust me, let's talk about it later. Tang Gu was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. Little did he know that the moment Han Fei turned his head, old Jiang curled his lips slightly. Then he immediately returned to his original state and continued to sleep. About 2 hours later, Jiang Qin came back. After smelling the aroma of food, Jiang Qin knew that Han Fei was back. None of the people here could make this kind of food. Old Jiang's dishes always tasted a bit bad. Besides, according to old Jiang's personality, he wouldn't cook himself under normal circumstances. At the table, Jiang Qin glanced at Han Fei and then at old Jiang. The array outside has been broken. Old Jiang was chewing a piece of lobster meat and hummed. So be it. We're on our way. Jiang Qin looked at Han Fei again. Have you lost your sea tokens? Han Fei shook his head. No. Jiang Qin nodded. I don't want to go to the pool under the Empyrean waterfall. Fishing is not a problem. By the way, don't be influenced by the people over there. Han Fei. Tang Gu glanced at Han Fei. I heard that the Empyrean waterfall is full of villains. Han Fei sneered. My senior brother Dashuai is very nice. Jiang Qin and old Jiang really wanted to roll their eyes, but old Jiang said, Why do you think he is nice? Han Fei was puzzled. Is he not nice? Every time I see senior brother Dashuai, he is nice. Except that he is a little silly, he is nice. Old Jiang blew a strand of his beard. Is it nice to steal his wife? Is it nice to slap their captain so hard that he couldn't get out of bed for 3 years? Is it nice to steal an undersea chimney? Huh. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. No. Seriously? Steal his wife? Beat the captain? Steal an undersea chimney? Han Fei suddenly remembered that he had 2 other senior brothers and senior sisters and couldn't help asking, What about my other 2 senior brothers and senior sisters? Jiang Qin chewed a fish eye gently. They are hiding outside and dare not come back. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What did they do? Jiang Qin said lightly, They secretly dug a hole into the transverse mountain to steal the spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei. What kind of people are they? They even dared to dig the transverse mountain? First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 824. In the twisted jungle after eating and drinking, Han Fei chatted with Tang Gu alone for a while. Han Fei didn't stay here for long, but went straight to the Empyrean waterfall. After all, he and Tang Gu had grown up and walked different paths. But as long as they kept moving forward, it was the right thing to do. Tang Gu stopped Han Fei. You can cultivate in the Empyrean waterfall for a while. During the time you were away, they have basically all become hidden fishers. Han Fei nodded slightly and smiled. Don't worry. It won't take me long to become a hidden fisher. As for you, you have a level 7 spiritual heritage, but you are only a junior hidden fisher now. You'd better hurry up. Tang Gu grinned and laughed. I'm still very strong. When can we have a match again? Han Fei waved his hand and said, Next time when there is a mission, there will always be a chance. The twisted jungle was very close to the Empyrean waterfall. As long as you left the jungle, you could see the high mountains and the vague clouds and mist between the peaks. So, the old man was really good at choosing a place to live in seclusion here. When the Empyrean waterfall was first discovered, there were dense bones under the waterfall. At this moment, this place had become another cage. Some troublemakers, people who were restricted from going to sea, people who made gross mistakes, and other people were all in this place. In terms of population, the Empyrean waterfall was divided into 2 layers, which had a total of more than 300 households. Among them, 38 households were in the inner area, and 279 households were in the outer area. Whether it was the households in the inner area or the outer area, in terms of strength, they were all at least 6-star, and 3 of them had even reached 8-star. As many as 12 people had 7-star. This meant that there were 15 hidden Fisher-level residents in this house. But in fact, the number of hidden Fishers far exceeded this number. However, almost no one on the Scattered Stars Island would believe that there were only 15 hidden Fishers here. For example, Wang Dashwai, this guy had 6 stars. Was he a hanging Fisher? At this moment, Han Fei landed on the periphery of the Empyrean waterfall. He was thinking, should I live on the periphery or the inner area? In theory, there was no difference between the inside and the outside, so he could live anywhere. But intuitively, Han Fei felt that the inner area was more dangerous. How about I live with senior brother? Not good. It would be great if he could live in a more secluded place. Otherwise, why would she meet Wang Dashwai every day, playing landlord and eating hot pot every day? In Han Fei's field of vision, he could see a house about a few hundred meters away. Since Han Fei arrived here, dozens of perceptions had swept past him. Han Fei didn't care. He planned to find a suitable location and build a house by himself. Not long after he walked, he saw someone holding a big bowl and squatting at the door, looking at him quietly. He looked no different from an old farmer in the countryside. It seemed that these experts had all lived to a certain level. Someone appeared on the roof and greeted Han Fei with dried fish in his mouth. Someone leaned against the doorframe of their house and looked at Han Fei up and down. Han Fei was speechless. Some of these people were becoming more and more like old farmers, and some were becoming more and more like country kids after passing dozens of houses. Han Fei saw a man looking at him casually with 2 daggers in his hands. When Han Fei passed by, the man suddenly said, "When Rong is my junior sister." Han Fei stopped, tilted his head, and looked at him. "Oh, why? Are you going to avenge her?" The corner of the man's mouth curled. "She is not as good as others, so she can't blame others. But if there is a chance, can we have a spar?" Han Fei chuckled. "When I'm free." Passing by this house, Han Fei saw a girl in a flowing gauze dress trimming the flowers in her yard not far away. The girl looked up and saw that Han Fei was looking at her. She pursed her lips and raised her head slightly. "If you need to grow some flowers and plants in your house, you can come to me, and I'll transplant some for you." Han Fei looked at this yard and found that the spiritual energy was extremely rich. Immediately, Han Fei knew that this girl must be a powerful spirit gatherer. In front of her house, the flowers and plants around seemed to be planted in a special pattern. It should be said that this woman was also an array master, and those who liked flowers and plants were more likely to be manipulators. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. They were all F** king geniuses. However, this girl's array skills should not be as good as his. Of course, she was definitely better than him. Han Fei also passed by a house. To be precise, it was not a home at all, but a big stone. A young man in white was sitting on the stone, with a sword on his knees. Within 300 meters of this person, there were sword marks everywhere. He should be a sword cultivator who didn't even bother to build a house. Han Fei walked about half the way, and suddenly a figure flew over from the air. Besides, the other party didn't fly straight at him, but horizontally. Duong, the man crashed to the ground and smashed 100 meters away from Han Fei's position. Senior brother Dashwai? Clang! A big green door crashed to the ground and smashed 2 meters away from Wang Dashwai, causing the ground to shake. Han Fei scanned with his perception and thought, who on earth could throw Wang Dashwai out? However, Han Fei scanned with his perception and saw a burly woman. However, the woman nodded slightly. Then Han Fei's perception was shattered. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, is this the wife that senior brother Dashwai snatched back? It can't be. With her size and strength, she can throw Wang Dashwai and the big green door away. How can senior brother snatch her back? Immediately, Han Fei heard someone shouting, Dashwai, when can you be a little more tough? How many times has it been? Someone's voice came from a distance. Dashwai, you have to repair this road. Your wife. Forget it. You have to repair the road. Behind Han Fei, the girl who had planted flowers poked her head out and shouted, Dashwai, I have just planted some spiritual herbs here. They can promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Do you want some? After hearing this voice, Wang Dashwai shivered, quickly got up from the ground and waved his hand. No, no. I'm here to pick up my little junior brother. Han Fei was speechless. Is this how you come to pick me up? Wang Dashwai got up, carried the big green door, came to Han Fei's side and smiled. Don't be offended. Your sister-in-law is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Were we just joking? Han Fei glanced at Wang Dashwai strangely. Senior brother, is it because my sister-in-law doesn't welcome me? Wang Dashwai immediately shook his head. That's impossible. It's mainly because I said a few words to Yui today. Han Fei wondered, who is Yui? Wang Dashwai secretly glanced at Han Fei's back and immediately withdrew his gaze. Han Fei immediately looked back, only to find that the girl who grew flowers was smiling at the two of them. Han Fei immediately understood why Wang Dashwai was thrown out. The girl behind him was indeed beautiful, gentle, and introverted. However, when he thought of Wang Dashwai's wife, Han Fei couldn't help but shiver. Han Fei couldn't help patting Wang Dashwai's arm and said, Senior brother, take care of yourself. Wang Dashwai smiled innocently. It's okay, it's okay. From now on, you will live under the Empyrean waterfall. You have to get to know the people here. How about I show you around? Han Fei nodded. Okay, Wang Dashwai said in a low voice. In fact, the people here at the Empyrean waterfall are all very nice, not as bad as the outside world says. Han Fei chuckled, nice my ass. It's not like I didn't see it on the way here. I just feel that the atmosphere here is very abnormal. Wang Dashwai said, but there are a few weirdos here. I have to tell you in advance. But you have to remember, they are just weirdos, not bad. Han Fei blinked and looked at Wang Dashwai. I'm afraid there's no good person in the world that you're talking about, right? Wang Dashwai pointed to the way Han Fei came and said with a smile, just now you met Yi. She likes to grow flowers. But remember, unless she transplants them to you herself, you must not touch her flowers. Han Fei asked curiously, why do you say that? Wang Dashwai sighed. Originally, there was a person living next door to her house. Just because he chatted with her at breakfast in the morning, he picked a flower from her house, and she hung him under the Empyrean waterfall with a ghost vine and washed him for 3 days and 3 nights. Wow! Han Fei glanced at the high waterfall, swallowed, and thought to himself, that girl looks good to me. She is very kind and has a gentle smile. Wang Dashwai pointed to the sword cultivator sitting on the stone and said, just call him Wu Ming. That's enough. Nameless? Does he know Sword 23? Suddenly a voice floated over. Sword 23? It sounds like a very powerful sword skill, right? Han Fei immediately turned around and smiled at the big stone. Ah, no, it's just an ordinary sword skill. Hearing that it was an ordinary sword skill, Nameless didn't respond. Wang Dashwai smiled and said, don't worry too much. Let's talk. Just don't get within 300 meters of Nameless. Han Fei wondered, why? Wang Dashwai smiled and said, if you want to challenge him, you can go in and have a try. Wang Dashwai continued, when you came in, did you see a guy squatting at the door eating? Han Fei nodded. Wang Dashwai said, his name is Yu Shire. He has a very good temper and is the only good guy in our Empyrean waterfall. Before Wang Dashwai finished speaking, all kinds of voices floated over. Wang Dashwai, you've gone too far, haven't you? Wang Dashwai, do I give you a hard time or something? Dashwai, you're insulting me. Brother Dashwai, I don't like what you said. Han Fei looked at Wang Dashui strangely, thinking, Senior brother, you're going to be beaten again when you go back. Sister-in-law probably heard too. Then, Wang Dashui continued to introduce the most typical ones. The guy lying on the roof looking at the sky is called Ning Jingyao, a knife cultivator. The girl who just called me Brother Dashui is called Li Luoluo. She is nicknamed the Demon Child of 100 Faces. The one leaning against the door is called Du Jianglu, a savage soul warrior. After a while, Wang Dashui smiled and said, Do you live in the inner circle or the periphery? If you live in the periphery, I'll introduce you to the inner circle later. If you want to live in the inner circle, let's go there now. Han Fei thought for a moment. I want to live in a remote and quiet place. By the way, are there fish in the pool? Suddenly, the air fell silent. Wang Dashui asked in surprise, Are you going to fish in the pool? Second update. Please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 825. Han Fei clearly felt that all the surrounding perceptions paused for a while and seemed to be quite shocked by Han Fei's idea. Han Fei asked in surprise, Why? Can I fish? Wang Dashui was also stunned for a while. Yes, of course you can. Except for Granny Yin's Meow Meow beast, it will go fishing by the pool. You are the first one to say that you want to go fishing by the pool. Meow Meow beast? Wang Dashui smiled and said, It's a very strange land creature. However, little junior brother, you want to be quiet and fish. Are you going to live in the inner circle? Han Fei wondered, Why? Is the inner circle dangerous? Wang Dashui shook his head. It's not dangerous. It's just, forget it. I'll take you for a walk first. With a puzzled mind, Han Fei followed Wang Dashui to the inner circle. Many people cast surprised eyes at him. Yui, who was the closest to them and heard them the most clearly, stuck out her tongue. After walking for about 7 or 8 kilometers, Han Fei saw small courtyards scattered around the Empyrean waterfall. Wang Dashui said, Some people are not at home, and some people don't like to contact outsiders. However, there are a few that we have to visit. After a moment, Wang Dashui took Han Fei to a courtyard and introduced, The one who lives in this house is Grandpa Nangong. His full name is Nangong Xian, and he has 8 stars. He is half a step into the realm of law enforcer, but he hasn't made a breakthrough yet. Han Fei nodded slightly in his heart. Shu Shan is right. The hurdle of becoming a hidden fisher is very difficult, and some people can't even break through it in their entire lives. Han Fei couldn't help asking, Senior brother, how strong are you? Wang Dashui scratched his head and said, I'm not as strong as Grandpa Nangong. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. A little weaker than the half-step law enforcer? Is he equivalent to a peak-level hidden fisher? Wang Dashui knocked on the door twice and said, Grandpa Nangong, open the door. It's my junior brother. A voice came from the door. I see. He's cultivating in seclusion. Go and see the old lady and the old poison. Han Fei had a feeling that this was an invitation to him. Seeing Wang Dashui nod, Han Fei cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Grandpa Nangong. Let's go to the next one. After a while, Han Fei came to the courtyard of the second house and found an old lady who looked to be in her 70s or 80s, sunbathing on a chair. Wang Dashui said, Mrs. Yin, this is my junior brother. Han Fei smiled. Nice to meet you, Granny Yin. The old lady opened her eyes and looked at Han Fei. Not bad. Do you want to have lunch at my house? I asked Da Huang to go fishing. Wang Dashui said with a smile, No wonder I didn't see Goldie. He went fishing. We won't be eating. I'll bring junior brother to Mr. Ye's place. The old lady nodded slightly. Then go. That's right. After seeing the old poison creature, let your little junior brother sit over at little Nine's side for a while. Wang Dashui was slightly stunned and then scratched his head. Okay. Han Fei caught on to one word. The old lady said, let. She did not say bring. It meant that Han Fei should go alone. After meeting Granny Een on the way, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, who is Little Nine?" Wang Dashui hesitated for a moment and said, "Little Nine is a girl." Han Fei waited for a long time. Seeing that Wang Dashui didn't speak again, he couldn't help but ask, "And then? That's it?" Wang Dashui glanced at Han Fei. "You'll know when the time comes." Han Fei was speechless. "Can't I tell you? It's so weird." But after taking 2 steps, Wang Dashui suddenly said again, "Little Nine is a real heavenly talent. She should be 1 year older than you. Are you 16 or 17 this year?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "I'm going to be 18 soon." Wang Dashui was stunned and smiled. "Oh, then at the same age. Little Nine's strength has reached the level of a peak-level hidden fisher." Han Fei's brain suddenly exploded, and he was dumbfounded. "What?" Wang Dashui chuckled. "So, Little Nine is a real genius. She came to the Empyrean waterfall on her own initiative. She is the only one among the residents of the Empyrean waterfall who came on her own initiative." Han Fei's heart was in turmoil. He believed that his cultivation speed was already not slow. Even heavenly talents like Luo Xiaobai and Tango had just become hidden fishers. This Little Nine was already a peak-level hidden fisher. This cultivation speed could be said to be heaven-defying. Han Fei thought along the way and suddenly felt that something was wrong. The heaven spirit detoxifying insect in his body suddenly moved. The heaven spirit detoxifying insect grabbed some toxins from somewhere and began to eat them. Poison! Thinking of the old poison that Granny Een just mentioned, he wondered if this person was a poison cultivator. The courtyard was more than 500 meters away from Han Fei, but the poison had already invaded his body. Wang Dashui glanced at Han Fei. "Did you feel it? You can block it with spiritual energy. As long as it's not close, it's okay." After a while, when the 2 of them walked to the gate of the courtyard, Han Fei found that the courtyard was full of poisonous weeds and insects, and a young man was sitting on a chair in the middle of the courtyard with a teapot and cups on the table. A 7-colored snake, coiled on the man's shoulder, was looking at Han Fei. Wang Dashui rarely looked serious. "Nice to meet you, Senior Yi." Han Fei thought, didn't Granny Een call him Old Poison? Why is he so young? Wang Dashui said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Senior Yi, also known as Yi Qingfeng, is more than 200 years old." Han Fei realized that this old guy was just trying to make himself look younger. Immediately, Han Fei cupped his hands. "Nice to meet you, Senior Yi." Yi Qingfeng waved his hand. "Young man, you are very resistant to poison. Come here and have a drink with me." Wang Dashui's face changed slightly. However, Han Fei smiled faintly. "I'll do as you say." The moment Han Fei walked into the yard, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect immediately moved. It grabbed one poisonous thread after another and began to stuff it into its mouth. "Sit." Yi Qingfeng glanced at Han Fei. When he looked at Han Fei's dantian, he was a little confused, so he asked Han Fei to sit down. He picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea into a cup, and pushed it to Han Fei. "Come on, have some tea." Han Fei's face was as usual, as if the red and green tea in front of him was not poisonous at all. Han Fei raised his hand and drank up the cup. "It's sour and sweet. It tastes good. Thank you, Senior Yi." In Han Fei's body, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect's claws were like hooks, and clusters of poison drifted over one after another. Swish! Feeling that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect's body suddenly lit up, Han Fei frowned slightly. The heaven spirit detoxifying insect has upgraded? Not only has it upgraded, but the heaven spirit detoxifying insect also seemed to want more. Han Fei immediately looked at Yi Qingfeng and said, "Senior Yi, I'm a little thirsty. Can I have another cup?" Yi Qingfeng was slightly surprised. He looked at Han Fei again and asked tentatively, did you, by the heaven's spirit, detoxifying insect of the logistics division? Han Fei smiled faintly. Senior, did you find out? Yi Qingfeng immediately understood. No wonder. However, this tea is very expensive. Fine, I'll give you another cup. Wang Dashui didn't enter the courtyard. Seeing Han Fei drink 2 cups of poisonous tea in a row, he couldn't help but admire him. This junior brother is really tough. He even dares to enter the old poison's courtyard and drink the old poison's poisonous tea. Wang Dashui couldn't help but think of little Jiu. It seemed that the little girl had also drunk it when she came here. Thinking of this, Wang Dashui couldn't help but smile. Interesting. While Wang Dashui was daydreaming, Han Fei had already walked out and glanced at Wang Dashui in confusion. Senior brother, what are you laughing at? Wang Dashui immediately came back to his senses. Huh, am I laughing? Han Fei nodded and said, seriously, you are laughing. Wang Dashui smiled awkwardly. Nothing. I just think of your sister-in-law. Well, go ahead by yourself. Go straight ahead for about 1,500 meters. There is a simple and elegant courtyard. Go in by yourself. Han Fei frowned. I'll go by myself. Wang Dashui patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Go ahead. Come to my house. You know the way to my house. I'll ask your sister-in-law to prepare some dishes and some wine for you. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Han Fei was about to use his perception when he heard Wang Dashui say, it's the inner area. Don't use your perception. It's not far anyway. Han Fei took a deep look at Wang Dashui. Okay, you can go ahead. Han Fei looked at the courtyard in the distance in confusion and frowned slightly. Is this Xiao Jiu's home? Han Fei thought for a moment. I don't even know her name. But immediately Han Fei looked back and was about to ask, only to find that Wang Dashui had disappeared. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh, shook his head and muttered, it's not some scourge or beast. What are you afraid of, senior brother? Thinking about it, Han Fei strode to the yard ahead with his head held high. He walked slowly all the way, and it took Han Fei about 7 or 8 minutes to reach the courtyard. Suddenly, Han Fei found that hundreds of perceptions fell on him. He immediately glanced at the sky with a black face. Didn't they say not to use perception in the inner area? What the F***CK is this? Han Fei walked to the gate of the courtyard. It was clearly a small fence, but he couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. Array? Han Fei glanced at the sky again. Okay, they all want to see me make a fool of myself, don't they? No wonder senior brother Dashui refused to come. Is it because he is afraid of the array? However, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. I'm here to visit, not to break the array. What's there to see? Da-da-da. Han Fei knocked on the door and didn't speak, just standing outside the door with a smile. Come in. A crisp voice came from the courtyard. The voice was elegant, concise, and crisp like an oriole. The wooden door creaked open, but Han Fei still couldn't see what was inside. Han Fei was speechless. Do you really want me to break the array? Can't you just put away the array? Han Fei sighed slightly. Since I'm here, what can I do? Come in. Third, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 8:26. Because of Han Fei's arrival, almost everyone in the Empyrean waterfall paid attention to him, especially some people on the periphery, some of whom couldn't perceive so far away. So, they visited in groups of 3 or 4. Almost every family whose yard was close to the inner periphery had 7 or 8 people sitting. The person who was visited said in a speechless manner, "Look at you. Why are you so curious?" Someone sneered. "What do you mean we are curious? It seems that if we don't come, you won't be so curious." Someone chuckled. "Interesting. How many people have been arranged to go to Little Nine's house for a blind date? TSK, do you think he will succeed?" Someone laughed. "I bet an ultra-quality spiritual weapon that he will be kicked out later." Someone said leisurely, I don't think so. After all, Han Fei defeated 2 heavenly talents with a single slash. I bet he can at least enter the yard. I bet 1,000 caddies of spiritual spring that he can't break the array. Forget it. I heard that Han Fei won yesterday with arrays. No wonder Little Nine's array seems to have become stronger. Because he didn't perceive it, Han Fei didn't know that he was being watched, let alone that a group of people was betting on him. Han Fei was looking at the misty array at the moment and shook his head helplessly. There are so many arrays here. It looked cloudy and misty from the outside. In fact, Han Fei was quite sure that Little Nine might be sleeping soundly inside. This array didn't affect the light inside at all. Han Fei glanced at the ground and the railings. Cloud mist array, light concealing array, water illusion array. Boy, he really deserves to be a genius. If it were in the past, I definitely wouldn't have been able to break this array. Han Fei thought for a while. Little Nine's array mainly blocked the 5 senses and 6 senses. So if he wanted to break the array, he had to be blazing with the wind and break the darkness with the light. After thinking for a while, Han Fei's fingers drew in the air. Lines appeared one by one, and suddenly the wind howled at the gate of the courtyard, and a blazing sun burst out in the sky with a strange high temperature. Chilla! Han Fei took this opportunity to step into the courtyard. The clouds and mist disappeared, and the black mist began to fade. Han Fei took another step, and a pale golden brilliance enveloped him. An illusory realm of nothingness shattered. Kacha! When the illusion collapsed, Han Fei's face suddenly changed slightly. Han Fei stepped on the ground, and a wall of water suddenly appeared in front of him, and the old turtle lay horizontally under his feet. Sure enough, at that moment, Han Fei found that a large number of sword auras pierced into the water wall. When the sword light shone, Han Fei saw a wave coming at him. Tidal sword formation? Han Fei narrowed his eyes, took 2 steps back, and made 4 strokes in a row. Watch me break the waves and slash the tides. In front of Han Fei, a tide also appeared and knife light flashed. Han Fei put on a faint smile. As long as it wasn't a killing array, everything was fine. He had already mastered the basic formations. Ordinary array formations could not stump him at all. However, the smile on Han Fei's face did not last more than 2 seconds. Han Fei suddenly saw the big array of the river as a knife that he had set up yesterday. Han Fei was speechless. Was this girl at the scene yesterday? Han Fei didn't have time to think too much. With a flip of his hand, a branch appeared in his hand. Chilla! He used the draw technique, and the dazzling knife light was in a stalemate with a big river. Han Fei didn't dare to neglect. Frowning slightly, he drew 9 strokes in the air with his fingers, and the 9 knife arrays were combined into one. In an instant, above the river phantom, knife light cut the water with irresistible force. Han Fei smiled faintly. I have other ways to break the array. I thought of this array, so I can break it however I want. With that, Han Fei stepped on the ground, and the 3 spirit gathering arrays merged into one. Han Fei secretly moved. Above the sky, under the scorching sun, a dazzling golden pillar of fire suddenly fell. Boom! In just 1 second, the spiritual energy in the entire courtyard was absorbed by Han Fei. The formations on both sides turned into nothingness and vanished into thin air. Han Fei secretly activated the 5th level of the void fishing art, which could absorb spiritual energy at a terrifying speed in the daytime. The surrounding spiritual energy couldn't support Han Fei's absorption. Therefore, all of the formations would collapse in an instant. When everything calmed down, Han Fei saw that this was a very simple and elegant small courtyard. The bluestone slabs under his feet were engraved with array reliefs. The flowers and plants on both sides seemed to be transplanted from Yi's place, but most of them were in warm colors. In addition to the warm colors, there were some cold-colored plants as embellishments, which looked a little gray and not bright. On the right side of the small courtyard, there was a desk. The girl casually let her hair flutter to one side. At this time, she was holding a pen in one hand and holding her sleeves in the other. Her watery and gentle eyes were a little surprised, and a little flustered. The corners of her mouth slightly closed, revealing a little white. Seeing Han Fei, she blushed slightly and then quickly lowered her head. Han Fei. Woo. Oh my god of C. My god, it doesn't make sense. Is Han Fei's array attainment so high? The last ray of sun he borrowed from the sky that's also an array? For a moment, the group of onlookers all clicked their tongues in amazement. Someone immediately regretted. Oh, what a loss. Is little Jiu with Han Fei the troublemaker? Someone shook his head. Little Jiu has high standards. Han Fei is a troublemaker. Someone sneered. As if you don't cause trouble? Under the Empyrean waterfall, except for you Shire and little Jiu, who doesn't cause trouble. Only Wang Dashui muttered as he went home. My little junior brother already has a girlfriend. Don't you know? My little junior brother is very loyal. Didn't you see that he just came back from the sea? Han Fei looked at the girl who was a little shy. She was completely different from what he had imagined. The formation that this young lady used was really tight and interlocking with each other. If he was not careful, it could even be said that if it were someone else, such as Guan Qinyan, he would definitely be cut out of the courtyard in less than 2 minutes. Who would have thought that? The girl in front of him was actually so delicate. This kind of delicacy was not pretended, but a natural reaction. The girl was dressed in white and only had 2 earrings to adorn herself. This could be seen from his down-to-earth personality. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. I don't panic at all. There were many beautiful girls in the world, but they were still a little worse than Xia Shaochan. In order to show that he didn't care at all, Han Fei changed his previous attitude and said casually to little Jiu, Girl, what's your name? Clang. Plop. F*CK. Kacha. Many onlookers were thunderstruck. What the F*CK? What the hell is he talking about? This is too much of a hooligan. Wang Dashui quickly looked around, quickly got up from the ground, and took a long breath. Fortunately, all eyes were focused on little junior brother and no one saw me fall. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Little Jiu didn't seem to expect Han Fei to be so rude. However, she had never met such a person. Ever since he was young, everyone treated him with the utmost respect when they saw him. They would all try their best to show a calm and indifferent appearance. How could they be like this? Why did he call her girl as soon as he came up? Little Jiu grabbed her clothes in a panic. You. Han Fei waved his hand and said, What do you mean by you? My name is Han Fei, very nice. Puff. Many people really wanted to press Han Fei to the ground at this time. Who doesn't know your name is Han Fei? And very nice? That's enough. However, little Jiu also calmed down from the initial panic. She subconsciously rolled her eyes, which instantly attracted the saliva of many perverts who were watching. Seeming to find that someone was watching, little Jiu stretched out her hand and waved. Her white dress swayed, and a layer of cloud and mist enveloped the small courtyard again. In the courtyard, the blazing sun was not blocked and still set as usual. A faint breeze blew, and the 2 of them stood 7 or 8 meters apart, looking at each other. Han Fei quickly came back to his senses. Well, it's my first day here, so I have to pay a visit. Well, what's your name? Tell me quickly. After that, I have to go to my senior brother's house for dinner. Puff. Little Jiu couldn't hide her smile and said softly, My name is Joeen Ling. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Is that your surname? Little Jiu nodded slightly. My surname is Joeen. Han Fei shrugged. What a strange name. This is the first time I've heard it. He looked at Zhu Yinling and found that he didn't know what to say, but it would be awkward if he didn't speak. Immediately, Han Fei coughed and said, "Well, come to my house for hot pot tomorrow. Don't forget." Hot pot. Zhu Yinling had never heard of hot pot. She couldn't help but be very curious. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "It's a kind of delicacy." Zhu Yinling immediately smiled sweetly. On the path of cultivation, you can't be distracted. It's just the desire for food. Han Fei chuckled. That's what people who haven't eaten it say. No one who has eaten it says so. Okay, I'm leaving. Remember to come tomorrow. Wait a minute. As soon as Han Fei turned around, he was stopped. So, Han Fei couldn't help but turn around and ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhu Yinling extended the pen in her hand. "Here you go, Han Fei." Zhu Yinling said, "Draw an array." Han Fei asked, "What array?" Zhu Yinling said softly, "Anything." Puzzled, Han Fei walked over and saw a table full of fish skin drawings. Immediately, Han Fei realized that Zhu Yinling was still at the level of drawing crayfish. Therefore, the seemingly crazy array combination just now was actually prepared by her in advance. Han Fei took a deep look at Zhu Yinling. "You owe me a big favor." Huh. Zhu Yinling was confused and didn't know what to do. Han Fei casually took the pen from her hand and then drew a line on a blank fish skin. "Okay, let's go." Zhu Yinling stared blankly at the line on the fish skin for a long time. Her eyes and mind were full of question marks. Fourth update. Asking for votes. I added the third update today because if it was the third update, it wouldn't be good to stop at that position. I'll bring over the content that I'm preparing for tomorrow. Yes, I'll break it tomorrow. Mwah. End of this chapter. Chapter 8:27. Walking out of the yard, Han Fei smiled faintly and breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head and walked straight to Wang Dashuai's house. Han Fei didn't want to eat those tasteless dishes in his life. Therefore, he had to get there before his sister-in-law, who was rumored to have been kidnapped, attacked him. At that time, he would be happy to show off his skills. However, Han Fei had only walked less than 500 meters when he suddenly saw a figure rushing over from the side. Subconsciously, Han Fei was about to punch. Then he saw a sneaky guy hurriedly say, Don't. Han Fei wondered, "Who are you?" Han Fei looked at this man. He was dressed in rags and had a few weeds on his head. He was not bad-looking, but his eyes kept darting around. Han Fei didn't know what he was looking at. In any case, the feeling he gave off could be summed up in 2 words. One was sloppy and the other was sly. The man chuckled and said, "My name is Qingchen. I also live in the inner circle." Han Fei, right? I've heard a lot about you. I really envy you for breaking into the Dark Hunter Legion twice. Just based on your actions, I'm the first to be convinced. As he spoke, he put his arm around Han Fei's shoulder. "Brother, we will be neighbors in the future. Where are you going to choose to build a house? I'm familiar with this place. Let me help you." Han Fei grabbed the man's black claw in disgust and said with an ugly face, "Brother, can you take a bath before coming?" Qingchen said lazily, "Why should I take a bath? It will be dirty after I wash it. Why bother?" Han Fei took a step aside and waved his hand, and a water ball floated in the air. "I'm a neat freak." Qingchen wondered, "What is a neat freak?" Han Fei said bluntly, "I don't like to talk to dirty guys." With that said, Han Fei shook his shoulder, shaking off the black handprint that had just been left on his shoulder. Qingchen let out a long sigh helplessly. Fine. I'll take a bath, okay?" Immediately, the man walked into the water ball, and with a slight shake of his body, all the stains were shaken out in an instant. Then, the water ball became a black water ball. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. At least this person was clean. Therefore, he still said with some disdain, "What are you doing?" Qingchen looked at the sky. "At this time, of course, we're going to have dinner." Han Fei nodded. Is your home over there? Ching Chin smiled and said, I'm going to Marshal Wang's house to eat. Han Fei paused. No. Wait a minute. Who are you? Thug Academy? Han Fei frowned. Although this person seems to be a hidden fisher, he doesn't reveal his aura. Is he a hidden expert? He can't be from the Thug Academy. If he was from my school, senior brother would have said so. Ching Chin chuckled. I'm not from the Thug Academy. However, this doesn't affect me going to Wang Dashuai's house for dinner. Han Fei wondered why. Ching Chin heaved a long sigh. Brother, you don't know? Don't think that there are so many people living here. Except for Yu Shire's family and Wang Dashuai's family, no one cooked. I'm so worried. Yu Shire doesn't know how to cook. It tastes terrible. Wang Dashuai's family's food is not bad. It tastes good. Han Fei was shocked. What the hell is this? So this guy is just a freeloader? Han Fei snorted and said casually, Fine, go ahead. On the way, Ching Chin smiled and said, Old Han, do you know? You are the first man to walk into little Joe's house and spend time with her alone. Han Fei was speechless. Stop. We don't know each other that well. Old Han? Am I old? I'm only 17 years old. Ching Chin immediately changed his words. Han Fei, what did you talk about with little Joe just now? Was the blind date successful? What was little Joe's reaction? Did she agree? All of a sudden, there were 100,000 whys. Han Fei was confused. What blind date? What blind date? I just wanted to visit her. Ching Chin chuckled. You don't know. Han Fei wondered, what should I know? Ching Chin grinned. Those who go to little Joe's house are all blind dates. I heard that little Joe cultivates the freedom technique. She is no different from ordinary people. So, little Joe must find someone to cultivate with. Anyone who goes to little Joe's house is a blind date, especially those who have broken the array. TSK, it means that you have passed. What? Han Fei was shocked. I'm not F** King going on a blind date. I have a girlfriend. Ching Chin sneered. Your girlfriend, didn't come back with you? Man, I know. This kind of thing can't be forced. But we can't hang ourselves on one tree, can we? Han Fei was speechless. I pursue the Great Way. Ching Chin continued. Yes, everyone pursues the Great Way. Especially little Jiao. The freedom technique she cultivates is to pursue the Great Way. Only when she is at ease can she achieve the Great Way. Brother, you've made a fortune. Han Fei's face immediately turned black. What the hell? How can you continue like this? Han Fei shut up, no longer talking and no longer responding, only listening to Ching Chin talking non-stop next to him. After a moment, Han Fei was relieved when he saw the yard of Wang Dashuai's house. Finally, he didn't have to listen to this guy's nagging. He hoped that the food could shut his mouth. Senior brother, Wang Dashuai hurriedly said, Come in. In his own house, Han Fei certainly wouldn't use his perception. So, after entering the door, he saw a burly, huge, great. Forget it. Han Fei couldn't think of an adjective for a while. Anyway, his sister-in-law was about the same size as Wang Dashuai. As for her figure, she was a little slender, but her face was not bad. The latter turned her head and looked at him at this moment. But that glance made Han Fei feel a little guilty. Han Fei thought to himself, this sister-in-law is a bit fierce. Han Fei hurriedly bowed. Hello, sister-in-law. Sloppy King, why do you come to my house to freeload again? Ching Chin smiled slyly. Sister Lu, it's because your cooking is delicious. Compared with the dishes made by others, the difference is like the difference between clouds and mud. It's not appetizing at all. Anyway, it doesn't matter if there is one more person. Humph. Han Fei saw that his sister-in-law immediately smiled and looked at Han Fei. Yo, is this little junior brother? He was very handsome. Come on, sit down. Have a taste of my cooking today. Hey, hey, hey. Han Fei wanted to cook for himself, but he swallowed the words when they reached his mouth. He was afraid that if he took her place, he would be slapped to the ground by her. The sister-in-law turned around and immediately shouted at Wang Dashui, who was cutting vegetables. What are you waiting for? Little junior brother is here. Don't you know how to take out the wine? Wang Dashui shivered, hurriedly threw away the vegetables in his hand, and smiled obsequiously at her. Bai Lu, give me some face. Han Fei thought, it turns out that this sister-in-law is called Bai Lu. Her surname is Bai. What face do you want? Look at your face. Do you still want face? Han Fei and Qing Qin, sitting on the chairs in front of the table, shivered at the same time when they were yelled at by Bai Lu. Han Fei looked at Qing Chen, speechless, and conveyed his doubts with his eyes. You are so cheeky. Why are you shivering? Qing Chen gave Han Fei a twinkling look, as if to say, although I'm a freeloader, I'm also afraid. Han Fei sighed and gave him a reassuring look. I'm afraid too. After a while, to Han Fei's astonishment, Bai Lu carefully placed a large basin in front of Han Fei and said kindly, Little junior brother, have a taste. I know this is what the Thug Academy has just made. What's rice? Yes, it's rice. It's delicious. This basin is for you. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Don't do this. The rice in the Thug Academy is served in bowls. What do you mean by a basin bigger than a wash basin? Besides, where are the dishes? Duang. 4 large basins were placed on the table, and Qing Chen winked at him. Han Fei, this rice is delicious. It's so delicious. Come on, have a taste. Thanks to you, I can have a basin of it today. Usually, I can only have half a basin at most. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Qing Qin sympathetically. Poor kid. How can he be so happy when he only eats rice? It was like seeing a piece of braised pork. At this moment, Wang Dashui also came out with 4 large jars of wine and smiled at Han Fei. Little junior brother, come on, drink. Han Fei was stunned. Rice with white wine. Damn, where are the dishes you just chose? Didn't you eat hot pot with us? Didn't you tell my sister-in-law? Han Fei gasped. I can't go on like this. He felt that Bai Lu was a hospitable person. Although she was a bit fierce, it was obviously not the first time that Qing Chen had come to freeload. Bai Lu's kindness showed that she was not a bad person. Han Fei took another breath and laughed. Senior brother, sister-in-law, thank you very much for your hard work this morning. Bai Lu smiled shyly. Not hard at all. Little junior brother, you can come more often in the future. Han Fei's blood froze. Is it a question of whether I can help you enough? It's a question of whether I can choke to death. In order not to choke to death, Han Fei hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, I was overseas a few days ago, right? I caught some exotic mutated creatures. They must taste pretty good. They must be delicious with your cooking. Wait a moment, I'll add another dish. Qing Chen's eyes lit up. Exotic mutant creatures? Good stuff. Hurry up and take them out. Bai Lu smiled embarrassedly. Sorry to trouble you, little junior brother. Han Fei hurriedly said, Not at all. This is what I should do as a junior brother. After a while, when the fish oil, garlic, chili, and other ingredients were added into the pot, when the fire flashed and the dishes were boiling in the pot, a strange fragrance floated from the pot. Bai Lu's eyes flickered, full of envy. Smack! Wang Dashui was slapped for no reason and looked at Bai Lu innocently. Bai Lu said angrily, Do you see how capable little junior brother is? Look at you. Apart from eating and carrying doors, what else can you do? Wang Dashui. He looked at Qing Qin again, only to find that his saliva had already dripped on him. After a while, when the lobster hot pot was served, except for Han Fei and Wang Dashui, Bai Lu and Qing Qin were fascinated. Wang Dashui said to Han Fei via voice transmission, Junior brother, I'm so sorry. I tried my best to hide it from your sister-in-law and not let her know there was such a thing as hot pot. Otherwise, I would have to go out to catch fish every day. If I couldn't catch them, I would have to buy them. Han Fei. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to find that he had done something wrong. He gave Wang Dashui a look, as if saying, "Senior brother, you've suffered a lot." First update. Please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 828. For a cultivator, not to mention 1 basin of rice, even if there were 10 or 100 basins, he would still be able to eat it. Han Fei had no choice but to swallow the bowl of rice. He swore that if there were no special circumstances, he would never come to his senior brother's house to eat again. This was simply asking for his life. As for Wang Dashui's future, Han Fei couldn't care less about this matter. He could only do as he saw fit. After Bai Lu finished a basin of rice, she looked at Han Fei with a smile. "Junior brother, is little Jiao okay? You don't know this, but this time I went to find a matchmaker, Granny Yin." The old lady looked at little Jiao as if she were looking at her granddaughter. "It was also because he recognized your strength and talent that he allowed you to go. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to pass." Han Fei glanced at Wang Dashui in confusion, and the latter gave him a look as if to say, "I don't know either." Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Sister-in-law, I already have a girlfriend, so I'm not suitable. Besides, I only pursue the great Tao. I don't have time." Bai Lu immediately patted the table and said, "Yes, I know Xiaochan is good and beautiful, and you have a deep relationship. However, you have to look forward. There are some things that have already happened. Don't make things too difficult for yourself." Han Fei was speechless. "What do you know? Xia Xiaochan is not dead. Besides, I really don't have time now." Old Han was locked on the 4th floor of the Scattered Stars prison, exuding the smell of secrets. In the demonic forest channel, there was a rattan waiting for him to get. The secret of the sea-quelling painting may be revealed soon. How can I have time for so many things? Han Fei nodded and suddenly said, "Sister-in-law, well, I have to build a house in the afternoon. Tomorrow I'm going to hold a banquet at home and treat everyone to dinner. All of you will come tomorrow. Well, I have to go now." Bai Lu smiled and said, "Okay, go ahead. However, if you want to fish, just fish. Don't dive into the pool. The one down there has a bad temper. You'd better ask Granny Yin's Dahuang to go fishing with you. You can take care of her." Hey, sister-in-law, wait a minute. I have to go." Qin Chin also got up quickly. "Wait for me. I'm bored. I'll go with you to build a house." Bai Lu shouted from behind, "Marshal Wang, you go too. Aren't you going to help your junior brother? Go, go, go. Hey. After a while, the 3 of them flew to an empty space 1,000 meters away from the edge of the pond. This place was backed by a high mountain, and the Empyrean waterfall was right in front of him. The water pouring down from the waterfall crashed into the cliffs, covering this place with clouds and mist. Wang Dashui said, "Junior brother, why did you choose this place? Wasn't it too close to the Empyrean waterfall? I think your sister-in-law is right." Not far from Little Nine's house, there was an empty piece of land. You can still plant some land, and the mist isn't so thick. Qin Chin nodded quickly. "Yes, near the waterfall. The mist is a bit thick, and so is the sound." Han Fei thought to himself, "I would rather die than live next to Ju Yinling's house." However, at this moment, his attention was attracted by the person below. He couldn't help but ask, "Who is that person below?" Wang Dashui shook his head slightly and blinked at him, as if hinting at something. Han Fei glanced at Qin Chin. Was it because there were outsiders present that he couldn't say? Qin Chin chuckled and said, "You'll know soon. If you have enough good things, you'll soon know." Han Fei was puzzled. What did he mean? What did this have to do with how many good things I had? But Han Fei didn't ask further. He just chuckled and said carelessly, "It doesn't matter. I'm a spirit gatherer and an array master. I chose this place to set up the cloud mist array with the help of the mist here. Besides, this place is very suitable for setting up the 100 water mystic killing array. These arrays that are born with water can make the array grow endlessly. Ching Chin couldn't help tilting his head and glancing at Han Fei. You and Little Nine are really a good match. In this Empyrean waterfall, only the two of you set up a bunch of arrays at home. Look at other people. They can watch the stars and bask in the sun at home. Won't your array block the view of nature? Han Fei sneered. You don't know anything about arrays, do you? As soon as the array is set up, clouds and water will surround it. If I want to bask in the sun and watch the starry sky, it's only a matter of a thought. Do you think I soak in the water every day? Clang! Wang Dashuai threw the big green door to the ground and chuckled. Okay, little junior brother, if you want to stay here, just stay here. Let's go pull some trees and build a house first. At night, Wang Dashuai went back to accompany his wife. Han Fei and Ching Chin squatted in front of the flowing water villa that had just been built among the rocks. Ching Chin sighed. Han Fei, your house is very beautiful. Han Fei chuckled and thought to himself, well, you don't understand. This is called the flowing water villa. On the second floor, there was even an open-air swimming pool. Although it was called a swimming pool, it was actually a killing array. In the afternoon, Wang Dashuai carried hundreds of large blue stones over and piled them up into a small cliff. Han Fei guided a stream of water over and passed by his door, which was quite exquisite. He just needed to pull up a few more trees and go to Yui's house to get some flowers and grass. This was definitely the most luxurious building here at the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei sat down on a chair. Don't you want to go home? Ching Chin chuckled. I didn't build a house. I can live here. Han Fei interrupted him. That won't do. I'm only used to living alone. I still need to cultivate. Ching Chin didn't care and chuckled again. Well, I helped you in the afternoon. Don't you want to thank me? Just the one at noon, the hot pot at noon. Make another meal? I found that you are the best cook in the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei immediately understood why this guy refused to leave. It turned out that this was the reason why he refused to leave. He wanted to eat and drink at my place. Han Fei said leisurely, Actually, I don't cook very much. I just cook occasionally. Fine, I'll cook tonight. When you're done, go back quickly. I'm going to start cultivating. Okay. When Ching Chin also left, Han Fei waved his hand. An entire flowing water villa was surrounded by clouds and mist. The reason why he chose this place was that it had the most abundant spiritual energy. Because of the great waterfall, if he made a breakthrough here, although the abnormality of spiritual energy would still be discovered, the abnormality would be greatly reduced. In the future, whether it was his own cultivation or breakthrough, as long as it required a lot of spiritual energy, he should be able to get away with it. As for the guy below, I didn't provoke him. He can't climb up to find me, right? There are so many people here. I've been out for 2 days, and I finally have time to cultivate. Han Fei poured out 87 level 2 soul crystals. This was Lurenquang. He had collected a lot of soul crystals during this period, since he stabilized his soul in the demonic forest channel because he had used up all the soul crystals. He hadn't cultivated his spiritual power. It took a long time to visualize the God-scaring painting. At this time, Han Fei casually grabbed a level 2 soul crystal and quickly refined it. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Han Fei's eyes flickered. When there were only 27 soul crystals left, his spiritual power reached 2,999 points, and his perception range reached 29,999 meters. He reached another bottleneck. Whew! Han Fei heaved a sigh of relief. This time, the growth of his spiritual power was more than he expected. This meant that when he was in the 72-floor ancient demon realm, the ownerless souls he absorbed did increase the power of his soul by about 50%. He looked at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 49. Peak level hanging fisher. Spiritual energy, 532. 2658. 19908, spiritual power 2999/2 perception range greater than 29,999 meters, spiritual heritage level 7, low quality, spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 45, main art, divine manipulation technique, level 5, avoid fishing, heaven level, divine quality. Han Fei looked calm. When he was on the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison, his upper limit of spiritual energy increased rapidly, and he was close to the bottleneck. He calculated with his fingers and had a hunch that he should be able to break through to the hidden fisher realm in half a month. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. I must make good use of this opportunity. It was a qualitative leap from a hanging fisher to a hidden fisher. At that time, his spiritual power might make another breakthrough. Alas, I don't have enough soul crystals. Han Fei glanced at the 27 level 2 soul crystals he had left. Immediately, Han Fei thought of something. Now that he had 6 stars, the number of level 2 soul crystals he could exchange should be enough. Forget it, I'll go through the back door. Anyway, Shueishenqi seems to know something. It shouldn't be a problem for me to exchange for them openly. Yes, I have to seize the opportunity to enter the soul sea. I can't blindly eat anymore. I have to try to figure out the secrets of the soul sea and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the others. It's too expensive to cultivate them with spirit awakening fluid. If I can rob an undersea chimney or dig into the transverse mountain. This idea flashed through his mind. Han Fei was shocked by himself. Wang Dashui was forbidden to go to sea because he robbed an undersea chimney. No way. Even if he became a hidden fisher, he would only be a junior hidden fisher, and there were many strong masters in the transverse mountain. He couldn't ruin his chance to go to sea because of this small profit. Okay, after I become a hidden fisher, I'll go to the Sea of Pearls. No. The Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect is only level 33 now, which is too low. Well, when I get back, I'll go to Yi Qingfeng's place more often and get some poison. Then I'll go to Chao Chiao and get some poison god. Having made all the plans, Han Fei couldn't help but lie down on the chair again. With a slight wave of his hand, the clouds in the array dispersed, revealing the shining starry sky. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed that someone glanced at him. The power of perception was very subtle. If it weren't for the surge of his spiritual power, he wouldn't even have felt it. Han Fei couldn't help but look sideways at the pool under the Empyrean waterfall. Who on earth is that? Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 829. Early the next morning, Han Fei went to visit the heavyweights in the inner circle. The nearest one was the home of the old poison, Yi Qingfeng. Han Fei stood at the door and knocked. Senior Yi, okay? Yi Qingfeng responded in a low voice, indicating that he got it. Han Fei smiled. Senior Yi, I'm holding a banquet in my house today. Would you do me the honor? I'm not bragging, but I'm quite good at cooking. Creak. The door opened, and Yi Qingfeng was holding a half-meter-long red centipede in his hand. He glanced at Han Fei lightly. I won't go to dinner. I only like to eat poison. Han Fei was speechless. What the hell? Someone likes to eat poison. Han Fei immediately said with a smile. Well, in fact, I also like to eat poison. As long as I have enough materials, maybe I can prepare a poisonous meal for you. What do you think? Yi Qingfeng said leisurely, poisonous meal? Are you trying to trick me into eating poison? Han Fei was speechless. What are you talking about? Although I do have such an idea, please don't say it out loud. Before Han Fei explained, Yi Qingfeng sneered. Forget it. If you want to raise your heaven spirit detoxifying insect, you can come to my place for a cup of tea every day. Remember to come in the afternoon, near dusk. At that time, the sky is dark and the toxins will evaporate. Han Fei immediately grinned. Thank you, Senior Yi. In that case, I'll take my leave. Han Fei walked happily to Granny Yin's house in a good mood. Yi Qingfeng's poison was very good. Yesterday, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect upgraded after drinking a cup of tea. Although the heaven spirit detoxifying insect itself might be upgraded soon, it would take time to raise it himself. If he drank poison at Yi Qingfeng's place every day, it wouldn't be a problem for the heaven spirit detoxifying insect to upgrade 2 or 3 levels in 10 days or half a month. While he was happy, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, as if something was looking at him. Following his perception, Han Fei froze and was dumbfounded. After a long pause, Han Fei rubbed his eyes and stared at the top of the wall of Granny Yin's house. That yellow, furry thing. Isn't that AF asterisk king cat? F asterisk CK. Han Fei hurriedly ran over until he was about 10 meters away from the yellow cat. One man and one cat confronted each other. To Han Fei's shock, data appeared in his eyes. Name, soul-devouring spiritual cat. Yin Shui's contractual spiritual beast. Introduction. An extremely rare land creature that possesses a trace of the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast, the soul-devouring cat. It is as swift as the wind and incomparably fast. Its pair of sharp blades can take away the soul. Anyone who is swept by its sharp claws will be in a daze for 3 days. Level 61 quality. Legendary spiritual energy greater than 42,256 points. Food. All fish battle skill. Soul-devouring Yao art. Remarks a cold and aloof creature. Strangers should not approach it. Han Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. God knows what he was thinking. He meowed at the cat. Puchi. Yi Qingfeng, who was a kilometer away, spat out a mouthful of tea and stared at Han Fei dumbfoundedly. Is this kid crazy? How dare he tease Big Huang? To Yi Qingfeng's surprise, the cat glanced at Han Fei contemptuously and said, "Your meow is wrong." Han Fei blinked. That's right. This cat is a legendary creature. It's nothing special that it can talk. Han Fei immediately chuckled. I've read about cats in ancient books. I'm really curious. Are you Big Huang? Let's go fishing together when you're free. Suddenly, Big Huang's eyes lit up. It meowed and jumped to the ground, staring at Han Fei. Where did you read that book? Where else have you seen my fellows? Is that book still there? Han Fei immediately thought of something. I don't think so. In a secret realm called the Snow God's Temple, there used to be a lot of land creatures, including cats. Big Yellow meowed and asked, "Where's the secret realm?" Han Fei said with a smile, "The secret realm has been destroyed. You have to ask Zheng Chaojie. After the secret realm collapsed, he explored it by force." Hearing that the secret realm was destroyed, Big Huang meowed in disappointment and walked to the pool with his head held high and his tail erect, while talking to himself. I'm really a lonely cat. A few people were speechless. Can Han Fei just talk to anyone? You can even talk to Big Huang. Seeing that Big Huang was gone, Han Fei walked to the door of Granny Yin's courtyard and heard the old lady say, "Come in." Han Fei was about to speak when Granny Yin said, "I'm not going to have dinner with you. I'm too old to join in the fun with you young people. Just ask Xiaoju to come. She's stubborn and doesn't care about material things. You have to talk to her." Han Fei was speechless. Talk to me? I have nothing to do with her. Granny Yin waved her hand and said, "Go ahead. Old Nangong likes crowds. You can ask him to come." As soon as Granny Yin said so, she heard Nangong Xian's voice. "I see, but I'm still in seclusion, so I won't go. Let's wait for next time." Seeing that no one went, Han Fei couldn't help feeling a little depressed. That's because you don't know my cooking skills at all. Don't regret it in the future. When Han Fei came to the periphery and passed by Yui's house, Yui poked her head out and smiled at Han Fei, which made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. He finally knew why senior brother was beaten by his sister-in-law. Yui had a charm technique which was a bit similar to Xia Xiaochan's, but fortunately he was used to it and didn't panic at all. Han Fei also responded with a smile. Miss Yui, would you like to come to my house for lunch? I've prepared a banquet. Yui nodded. Okay. When you come back later, bring some flowers and plants back for me. By the way, ask Yu Shire to come. That silly guy will be too embarrassed to go to my house. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. When passing by the big blue stone, Nameless glanced at Han Fei faintly. I'll go if you enter my 300-meter sword domain. Han Fei scratched his head. Do I have to fight for a meal? As they talked, Ning Jingyao, the knife cultivator who always liked to lie on the roof and look at the sky, said with a smile, Yes, I'll go in and kill him. Seeing that many people were looking at him, Han Fei was a little helpless. Do these people like to join in the fun so much? Han Fei thought for a while and decided to go in and see how strong the people on this side of the Empyrean waterfall were. At least, Han Fei knew that if he walked into this 300-meter sword domain, his relationship with Nameless would be further improved. Han Fei grinned. Then I'm coming. Nameless nodded and suppressed his strength to that of a peak-level hanging fisher. With that, Han Fei stepped into Nameless 300-meter sword domain without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the sky was full of sword shadows, and Han Fei felt that every part of his body was being stared at. At that moment, Han Fei felt at least 1,000 sword shadows. Han Fei stepped slightly, and the coiled turtle array and the spirit gathering array appeared at the same time. At the same time, instead of using a knife, he stretched out his hand and punched out a golden fist mark. The invincible fist mark rushed out 200 meters and was shattered by the sword shadows that circled around it. Sensing the boundless sword intent, Han Fei became slightly solemn. This man's sword was so strong that it was comparable to the third move of Sun Mu's Immortal's slaying array. With a thought, Han Fei didn't use the sacrificing punch, but took out an ultra-quality spiritual long knife. Swish! The knife shone like an upside-down galaxy, and Ning Jingyao's eyes glowed as he watched on the roof. Good knife! Clang, clang, clang. With a draw technique, the sword shadows along the way were all shattered, and he was still moving forward after traveling 280 meters. When he was only 1 meter away from Nameless, with a swish, Nameless drew his sword and put it back. What a fast sword! Han Fei's draw technique was destroyed by the sword, and the sword chi swept at Han Fei at an incredible speed. Han Fei's eyes narrowed, and he didn't hold back anymore, but he didn't use the Overlord's technique either. He stabbed the knife into the ground, and with a boom, a crimson fist mark blasted out. Facing the sacrificial punch, Wu Ming's eyes widened. He held the hilt of his sword with one hand, and the scabbard flashed with spiritual light. It flashed 6 times before Wu Ming pulled out his sword. All the sword shadows in the surroundings seemed to gather and fuse into his sword. Hum! Hum! The fist print and the sword chi were fighting, neither giving way to the other. Faintly, Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. His own sword chi was being pushed back by this punch. Although it was not much, he knew very well what it meant. Han Fei was also shocked. Now that the sacrificing punch's spiritual energy had almost doubled, it didn't directly blast Wu Ming away, but was blocked by Wu Ming's sword? Crack! Crack! During the collision, the sacrificing punch and the sword chi dissipated at the same time. The whole sword domain returned to peace, and Nameless immediately changed his momentum and returned to the level of a hidden fissure. At this moment, he looked at Han Fei and nodded slightly. I'll go over at noon. Don't be surprised. You're in my sword domain, or I would have been defeated by that blow. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the 300-meter sword domain. Could this sword domain allow Nameless Sword to resist his sacrificing punch? Han Fei secretly took a breath. The Empyrean waterfall deserved its reputation. Any random person here was so strong. But Han Fei immediately put on a smile again and said, "Ha! Then I'll be waiting for you." Third, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 830. When Han Fei walked into the 300 sword domain, Wu Ming suppressed his strength to that of a peak-level hanging fisher. But even so, many people looked at Han Fei in a different light. Although the people at the Empyrean Waterfall were all weirdos, strength mattered most in this world. The residents at the Empyrean Waterfall were all thrown here because they had committed crimes. However, in terms of strength, countless people on the Scattered Stars Island would mention the Empyrean Waterfall from time to time. Ordinary people couldn't even get in unless they were looking for someone. Ning Jingyao glanced at Han Fei and said, "Han Fei, let's have a fight when we have time. Your attack just now was very powerful." Han Fei chuckled and said, "Actually, I only know one attack." Ning Jingyao waved his hand slightly. "One attack is enough. How about it? How about we fight on my roof?" Han Fei shook his head. No. At this time, Han Fei was very weak. He launched the sacrificing punch, and all his energy poured out. Again, "Am I not going to live anymore?" As he spoke, Han Fei took out an energy spiritual fruit and took a bite. The rich fragrance wafted. After the fruit was swallowed by Han Fei, Ning Jingyao said sulkily, "Fine, just eat it. You don't have to call them one by one." Ning Jingyao roared, "If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, don't go. Don't let them come to your house one by one. They all know voice transmission. It's not worth it." Someone said, Someone laughed and said, "All right, go ahead. I haven't eaten for a long time." Someone laughed. "Let's eat. We have nothing to do." Someone grinned and said, "In order to see Little Nine, I have to go too." Someone laughed and scolded, "What are you looking at? Little Nine is Han Fei's girlfriend now." Pooh! Han Fei staggered. "Are you kidding me? Does it have anything to do with me?" Han Fei hurriedly shouted, "Well, don't talk nonsense. The relationship between us is pure and innocent. We are neighbors, pure neighbors." Someone sneered. "Han Fei, don't take it for granted. You are the first to enter Little Nine's yard." Someone echoed, "That's right. Young man, you should cherish the opportunity." Han Fei ignored them and went straight to Yu Shire's house. Yu Shire, the guy who squatted at the door to eat, had just walked into the 300-meter sword zone. And this guy squatted on the side of the road with a bowl in his hand, looking at him. At this moment, seeing Han Fei coming over, he chuckled. Han Fei was lost for words. "Who smiled at you?" This guy was really stupid. Han Fei smiled. "What are you eating? Would you like to come to my house for lunch?" Yu Shire nodded with a smile, and then said, "Do you want to drink fish soup? I'll get you a bowl." Han Fei thought for a moment. Since he hadn't had breakfast this morning, he nodded. Okay, this time it was Yu Shire who was surprised. However, he quickly got up, smiled, and put the bowl on the stone by the door, and immediately ran into the house. After a while, a bowl of fish was carried out. Yu Shire said with embarrassment, "I don't know how to make it. It may not be very delicious. Don't mind me." He took the bowl and the chopsticks and sat down on a rock. "I don't mind." Because he had nothing to say, Han Fei slurped up the fish soup in a few mouthfuls. Then he glanced at Yu Shire and said with a smile, "You should go to Miss Yui's place to ask for some flowers and plants." Yu Shire blushed a little and said with embarrassment, That's not very good." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Something is wrong. Yui reminded him to call Yu Shire. Yu Shire would blush when he heard Yui's name. Could it be? Both of them were interested in that. Han Fei smiled slightly. "Okay, thank you for the fish soup. I'm going back to prepare lunch." It was Han Fei's habit to treat people to lunch. He felt that when he came to a new place, he could tell whether a person was good or bad just by having a meal. Besides, at the very beginning, he showed some respect to them. In the future, if they met, it would be easy to talk to them. Even if they didn't deal with each other, he could know them early. Most importantly, he wanted to see how these people would be intoxicated by his fancy cooking. In terms of strength and realm, there might be many people here who were not weaker than him. But in terms of cooking, he had to show that no one in this world was better than him. As soon as Han Fei came back, he saw Qing Qin was already wandering in front of his door. Han Fei paused. "Wait, why are you here?" Qing Qin chuckled. "I'm here for lunch. I'm a little early. It doesn't matter." Han Fei glanced at him and found that he was dirty again. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and a water ball appeared. "Okay, how about I teach you how to cook?" Qing Qin immediately shook his head. No, just eat other people's food. How troublesome is it for me to cook by myself?" Han Fei was speechless. "Don't you find it troublesome to eat and drink for free?" Han Fei waved his hand and the big array disappeared. He said lightly, "Okay, just help me get some tables and chairs. This is simple. I'll be responsible for cooking." Just as Han Fei took out a lot of ultra-quality materials and was about to refine some big pots, he saw a floating figure slowly walking towards his home. Han Fei was surprised. "Juyin Ling? So early? Didn't she refuse to eat?" Qing Qin waved his paw. "Beauty here." Han Fei glanced at Qing Qin in disdain. "This guy is too unreliable. He's almost as good as Zhang Xuanyu." At this moment, Han Fei discovered that Juyin Ling's weapon was actually a writing brush, which was hung on her waist. It was the same as Chao Jiren's flute. Coming to Han Fei's yard, Juyin Ling bowed slightly to Han Fei and then said, "May I come in?" Han Fei glanced at Qing Qin. "Look at how polite he is." Han Fei said lazily, "Come in. Today, I'm holding a banquet at the Empyrean Waterfall. Everyone who comes is a guest." Juyin Ling tapped her feet slightly and floated into Han Fei's yard. Juyin Ling looked at Han Fei deeply. "Thank you for the array you drew yesterday. I've already had an epiphany." Han Fei asked in surprise, "You had an epiphany just like that?" Juyin Ling nodded slightly. "Yes, I never thought that arrays could be drawn in this way. As long as I seal them with spiritual power, I can even make them into talismans. I owe you a big favor." Han Fei was speechless. This woman's comprehension ability is really high. Is this the reason why she could cultivate to the level of a peak-level hidden fisher so quickly? Han Fei waved his hand. "No problem. We'll talk about the favor later. But I'm just about to cook. Would you like to sit here first?" Juyin Ling was about to say something when Han Fei suddenly took out a lobster more than 30 meters long. Immediately he retracted his words and said softly, "Can I borrow your table for a moment?" Han Fei nodded. "Of course, you can use it." So Han Fei and Qing Qin saw Juyin Ling run to the bluestone table in front of the door and draw. Qing Qin ran over, bumped into Han Fei, and said telepathically, "Not bad, brother. You're making progress so fast." Han Fei said angrily, "Where's your table maker? Go back and forth. Just cut down a big tree, and you can make a lot of tables and chairs." Han Fei threw out 5 or 6 creatures at once. Qing Qin exclaimed from time to time, "Exotic creatures, all exotic creatures. Are people so particular about food nowadays?" Han Fei sneered. "What do you know? Eating is also a great Tao. There are 3,000 great Taos, but they all lead to the same destination." Juyin Ling was also a little surprised. Isn't this guy a little too extravagant? Throwing out these ingredients, Han Fei activated the spiritual fire transformation. After a while, 5 big pots and a bunch of delicate dishes, plates, and bowls were refined by him. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a yellow shadow suddenly appear in his yard, standing on the head of a big fish. Seeing Big Yellow, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "Are you staying here for lunch?" Big Yellow looked at Han Fei with bright eyes. "Can I eat now?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "You want to eat now? That's fine. Then I'll pick a smaller one for Before Han Fei finished speaking, Big Yellow's body suddenly expanded and turned into a cat monster, nearly 7 or 8 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long. Under Han Fei's speechless gaze, this bastard cat actually took away a starry sea-flying fish that Han Fei wanted to use as an ingredient. After a while, not far from Han Fei's yard, there was the sound of snorting and chewing. Oh, a cat is indeed a cat. Han Fei was deboning and removing impurities. One after another, people came over. The first to come were Wang Dashuai and Bai Lu. Bai Lu wanted to come over and help. However, when she saw that Han Fei's ingredients were piled up like a mountain, she immediately gave up this idea and turned around to run to Jiu Ling. Bai Lu said with a smile, "Yo, Xiao Jiu, you're here so early?" Then the two of them fell silent and seemed to be talking to each other via voice transmission. Seeing that he couldn't help, Wang Dashuai carried the big green door, stood at the door, and began to greet the guests. After a while, more and more people came. Wu Ming arrived with a sword. Ning Jingyao even complained that Han Fei used a good knife to cut vegetables. Yui brought a lot of flowers and plants over. Without Han Fei asking her, she began to help Han Fei plant the flowers and plants. When Yu Shire came, he squatted beside Han Fei's huge kitchen and studied. Someone couldn't help but say, "Han Fei, we have so many people here. Are you going to give us sashimi?" Someone rolled his eyes. "Does sashimi need a pot?" At this time, there was no complete creature in front of Han Fei. They had all turned into pieces of meat. Hearing these people's jokes, he chuckled. "Don't panic, everyone. The show has just begun." Fourth, asking for votes. End of this chapter.